So if you are on one of the 4 rows in the back, please move forward. The last 4 rows have been reserved. Please do move forward. The last 4 rows have been reserved. The last 4 rows to the back have been reserved. So please move forward. Wonderful. Rosa nyuma zimekuwa reserved. How do you say reserved in Swahili? Zina watu wengine huko. Rosa nyuma zina watu wengine. The last 4 rows have been reserved. All right. Seriously, truly, the last 4 rows have been reserved. Truly, the first. Okay? There we go. All right. Good morning. How are we feeling this morning? Energized? We're feeling good? We're feeling different things. We're feeling anxious. We're feeling good. We're feeling blessed. Was the traffic heavy to get here this morning? It was? It was terrible. It was no for some people. It was yes for some people. It was good. It was bad. It was terrible. All right, so that makes sense. Why people are still struggling to get here, so we're going to give them grace. To everybody who is not to be in the back, please do. Let's take our seats, please. Let's take our seats. The great thing is those booths are going nowhere. They're going to be here till the end of our event. So please, let's take our seats. I am going to unashamedly move to the back and escort you to your seat. Ushers, could you please help me get people to their seats? Help me get people to their seats. To everybody who is still at a booth, let's come back to our seats. We're going to be able to engage with the investees and all the items, the products on display a bit later. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Let's take our seats, please. Let's take our seats. All right. Okay, we said we're feeling good. We said the traffic was heavy, but we made it anyway. If you are part of the first cohort of Funguo program, please put your hand up. Cohort 1. Sheria kiganjani, mambo vipi? All right, cohort 1. All right, we have about 4 people. All right, wonderful. If you are an investor, put your hand up. Investors. If you are an investor, put your hand up. You know, everybody at Funguo should have their hands up. Okay, we have hands up in the back. Thank you very much. All right. If you are a business person, just a business person, put your hand up. All right. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so I've got 2 questions before we begin. 1, what is the toughest thing about starting and running a business? It's a multiple choice question. You have to choose one. What is the toughest thing about starting a business? That's the first question. All right? Is it A, hiring the right people? Right? So basically finding and hiring the right people. Is it B, finding and keeping the right people? Right? The sound system agrees with me. It's hello. Yes, are we back? Yes, the sound system felt that it should have been the B. Right? So that was the first question. What is the hardest? Finding the right people or keeping the right people? You're thinking about it. It's a hard one. It's difficult. Is it finding the right people or is it keeping the right people? Because the first one is finding where are they? Who are they? How do I find somebody that connects with our values, the principles, can touch, can connect with the vision, and can flow with it? And then the second one is when they've grown in the enterprise, right? And they're now hot cake and they've managed to grow their portfolio and everybody else wants them. Is it finding or keeping the right people? Just one hand up. All right. There we go. We've got one hand. Finding. Is it finding or keeping the right people, and why?
Yeah, I think it's keeping the right people.
It's keeping the right people. Why?
I think as a startup or as a business, employees require a large amount of salary, and at the time we don't have enough funds to provide that salary. So these people might leave your company and go somewhere else. But it's easy to find them on LinkedIn. They're everywhere on LinkedIn. That's the easiest part.
It's easy to find them on LinkedIn. How many agree? It's keeping the right people. No, nobody else agrees. No, 3 people, 4 people agree. 5 people agree. Everybody else disagrees. Okay, so perhaps one of the things that we'll do before we can engage in that question, I'm going to again say good morning, good morning. That was a weak good morning. It's a bad Monday. All our ancestors are sad. Good morning. Good morning. How many people brushed their teeth this morning? All right, let's prove it. If you proved it, show me some smiles, show me those teeth. Some of you are like, I forgot. It's okay, it's okay. I'm pretty sure there's an investing with an innovation for you. How do you brush your teeth after you've forgotten? All right. Next thing. How many of you are sitting next to somebody you know? That is terrible. We're going to change that. All right? May I please ask you all to get up on your feet? Let's get up on our feet. Let's get up on our feet. Yes, yani msimame. You said you're not sure. What does it mean? My feet. Do I? All right. So what I'm going to ask you to do is move around and say hello to somebody you don't know. That someone who's not sitting next to you. Find someone who's not sitting next to you. Meaning move. Move. Somebody you do not know. Tell them your name. Tell them what you're doing. If you have a card, give them your card. Good morning. Show them that Colgate smile. Good morning. My name is. This is what I do. Wonderful. Yes. And I am sure you have your phone on you. If you have your phone, please put your phone up. Naombeni mweke simu juu. Thank you so much, Baraka. Thank you so much. All right. I see, Gibson, I see that phone. Okay, let's put our phone up. And I'm going to ask you to take a selfie with the person you're connecting with. Let's take a photo. Let's take a photo with that person. Let's take a photo. Let's take a photo. Tupige picha. Mabibi na mabwana, ladies and gentlemen, this was not the time to give, this is not the moment for the elevator pitch. It was just a hello. This is not that moment to ask if they have a single sibling. This is not that moment. It is not that moment. Let's take this photo. Yamani, I hope you have asked for consent. I hope you're not just hugging people here without asking for permission. And do not take a photo. Ask, can I post a photo of you? Get consent. We do not want to be the reason there's trauma after we leave here. All right? And then I'm going to tell you what to do with those photos. Let's get back to our seats. Let's get back to our seats. Back to our seats. Let's get back to us. It's nice that we all sat down, but I did not say sit down, but it's fine. Even nectar was hard. Instructions, they tell you fill in the blanks, which one? How do I fill in? Up or down? We don't know. All right, so what we're gonna do, please, for those who took photos, please show me your photos. Show me your phones. To all those people who put So what we're going to do, we're going to go online on our social media pages. We're going to put those photos up, and you're going to talk about how you feel this morning, and you're probably going to just write a line. I'm going to help you come up with content. How you are feeling today, how you are excited about, basically what excites you about what is happening within the ecosystem. And then you are going to hashtag Funguo Unveiling. You are going to hashtag what? Funguo Unveiling. So Funguo Unveiling, Unveiling, Funguo Unveiling, right? Hashtag Funguo Unveiling. Make sure you tag Funguo program on all social channels. Very simple, Funguo Unveiling, city. All right? Okay, so back to our question. Is it harder to find a team or keep a team? 5 people thought it was harder to keep a team. Everybody else thought it was harder to find the right team. Can I please engage somebody who feels it's harder to find the right team? Find the right team? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Mnakuwa ni wachoyo sana wafadhili. Nimesimama hapa mbele, nimetokelezea, nimepiga pamba vibaya mno, mtoto wa kike wa Kichaga wa Kiafrika. Nazungumza na nyinyi, zungumzani na mimi. Kama Watanzania wa Afrika tunazungumza kwa wote ambao mko online. Good morning. Nenda kwenye chat, andika neno good morning. Tunasalimiana kama Watanzania, sieti. Na watu wapenda maendeleo. Kwa wale wote ambao sio Tanzania, ya Tanzanian, basically we have adapted you. That's what we've done. So good morning. How are you feeling this morning? And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to engage. One of the things about what we do when we're not in this space is you're trying to figure out how to make a spreadsheet balance. You're trying to figure out how to win a pitch. You're trying to figure out how to show up. But we are connecting today here in celebration. We're celebrating what's happening in the ecosystem. We're celebrating what different entrepreneurs, dreamers, visionaries are doing. We're celebrating. And when we celebrate from here. So when we say good morning, you say, that was terrible. We're going to try again. Because in the words of Aliyah, if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself open. Try again. And in the words of the legendary Jay-Z, dust off your shoulder and try again. So, good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. Yes, I want to come to your place. Yes. All right. So, we said that between finding a team and keeping a team, finding a team was difficult. So everybody else felt finding a team was... There are 5 people who agreed with keeping a team. So let's try again. Between finding a team and keeping a team, which one's more difficult? Hands up. Finding a team? Finding a team. Finding a team? Okay, so 2 people are finding a team. Keeping a team. How many people feel it's more difficult to keep a team? Hands up. Keep it. Okay, so let's try something. So how many people took a shower this morning? Just hand up. Okay, those hands went up. Those hands went up. This is like, no, I do not want to appear. They need to not know, right? So, all right. So then, can we engage the same way? Finding a team, we had 2 people. Keeping a team, we had a few half hands. So let's have full hands. Keeping a team, hands up. So this is not a hand. I don't understand what's this. It's like we want independence, we want progress, we don't know. I'm not sure. It's this. Here we go. All right. Okay. Wonderful. All right. So this is keeping a team. All right, and keeping a team, you spoke about it, and basically what you told us was that it's difficult to get salaries and keep them incentivized, right? And then Pamela, you said, Niaji, finding a team is difficult. All right, who else for finding a team? Just once more. Finding a team, both. You have to pick one. What's harder, finding a team or keeping a team? You have to pick one. You have to pick one. What's harder? They're both hard, but which one is harder? Yes? Keeping kigumu zaidi. Right? We're thinking about it. Next question. All right? What is harder? Raising your first round of capital. Right? Raising your first round of capital. The second question, finding a way to help to make that capital grow your business. Getting capital. Well, I know you're kwanza the cheat sheet. You're the one who came up with all these questions. You yourself, you're the cheat sheet. You're not allowed. Kwenye hili swala hapana. Hili swala tunakuruka maanake wewe ni mwalimu mkuu. Unaona wewe ndio mtengeneza curriculum. Siwezi kuja kwako. All right? What's harder? Getting capital, making sure that using that capital to grow your business, to really grow your business. Which one is harder? By the way, there's nobody from Funguo watching to see what are they going to say. Kama mmeshinda tu. Yeah. And this is not like, are we under, what's harder? What do we think? What do we think? We're thinking? All right, hands up, getting capital. Getting capital, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All the hands are going up. So they're not going to reverse the capital. All right, making that capital grow your business. Gibson, you can't have it both ways. All right? Okay, so I want to hear from 2. Making that capital grow your business. Can I get this side as well? Everybody on this side is not an entrepreneur. Having that using that capital to grow your business. You're here? All right. I'm going to hear from the lady at the back, your name, what you do. Talk to us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Kiondo from Sahara Ventures.
Good morning, Nancy.
Thank you. I think the hardest is using that capital because you need discipline. So having discipline, I think most people struggle with that.
Yeah. Discipline. All right, is there anything else? Anybody feel something different? We all thought it was discipline. Is the discipline? Okay.
So discipline is one of the things, but I wouldn't just say it's just discipline. There's a common misconception that businesses need money to grow, but you don't just need money to grow. You need the skills to be able to utilize that fund in order to grow. So I think it's the relative skills on how to use that money that are missing.
Skills to optimize funding gained, right? Anybody else feel something different? Okay, finding capital, raising capital. Who thought raising capital? There were like 11 hands. Now all those hands are down. All right?
Yeah, thank you. To me, I think. Yeah, thank you. To me, I see raising capital is a big challenge, especially for startup. But you don't have because you still don't have traction. Nobody trusts you. You still have your idea. So convincing someone to believe in you and invest in you is something. Sure, makes the situation difficult for a startup to do. Maybe for another stage, it might be easy, but for a startup, I recommend that way.
So for the startup, are you talking about the first round of funding is difficult? Then after that, it's easier. After that, it's we're good. Milango imefunguka. Mbingu zimetema. Yes? Oh, okay. I want to come to where you are. All right. So do we feel anything different? Why is it easier to raise? We're saying it's harder to raise the first round. Okay, mwalimu mkuu nakuja kwako.
What's harder, to raise capital or to use that capital to grow your business?
Why do you put me on a spot?
The spot was made, it had your name on it.
I think raising funds is more difficult. As you are raising, you should be able to figure out how you're going to scale. So I would assume at least you know the blueprint to scale, but raising will be difficult.
Okay, so I just realized something. When we're talking about raising funds, different people have different figures in their head. Kuna mtu mwingine anafikiria $5,000, mwingine anafikiria $10,000, mwingine anafikiria $50,000, mwingine anafikiria $100,000, kuna wengine wanafikiria $1 million. Sitoko kwenye hima tofauti. But one way or the other, we agree that it is both difficult to find the right team and then keep the right team. It's also hard to raise capital, and then considering sometimes your business model might be shifting, you know, the first capital that you get might tell you or debunk some assumptions you had. So ghafla, what you thought would work is not working anymore, and you have to shift, right? So basically using that capital to grow your business might also be difficult. Third question, what other than capital and team, what's the other difficult part of growing a business? All right.
I would say customer will be another part of growing the business.
So you mentioned capital, you mentioned team, but a big part of business is the person paying for that business, paying for the product. And a lot of us know our customer profile, but do not know how our customers can get us and be aware of us. So that combines the marketing, the distribution, the sales channel. So I think customer plays a big part of growing a business outside of capital and the team.
Finding people to pay for your business.
Yeah.
Finding customers.
Marketing, all of that. So the whole sales, the whole customer journey, I think is a big part of it.
Okay.
So basically, team, capital, customers. What else? You have a different thought, all right? So we'll go there to the gentleman. Okay, we'll start, We'll start with the gentleman, then we'll come to you, Pamela.
So the other one is product development. Product development.
Okay, product development is another one, all right? So basically everything is hard.
For me, it's the policy. I would say the government.
Policy, the environment.
Yeah, the policies and all the
regulations.
Yeah.
It's difficult. What's difficult about them?
They are not favorable, and you might have you are growing a business and all, but you reach a point where you find the environment is not supporting where you have I would say the point that you have reached, the government is not supporting that, so it's like lagging you behind. So like the startup policies and everything.
All right, so like which one?
Tax.
All right, so basically tax. Just why I'm like, which area? So taxes, the taxes. We're talking about TRA here.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Okay, so how many people agree with that last one? The product is the thing you start with, right? And these other things come on top of that. And then we've talked about the policy environment, basically policy and regulations. Nice. What's easy about growing your business? What's the simple part? What's the simple part? Somebody come inspire us. Then if nothing is simple, then why should people want to be entrepreneurs? All right, what's the reward? What's the incentive?
Say name. Hi everyone. So I'm Daniela, and Daniela Quarry from the Embassy of Switzerland. So I think the thing that comes easiest in starting a company is the creation of the idea. The ideas come really easy, and the potential of the idea is what motivates you to want to stick it out in the tough times, and the vision that you have for the idea. But then again, an idea is just an idea, it's just an idea. It's what these whole challenges that you put in place to make the idea come to fruition. So first of all, you have to just love the idea, but not stick at loving the idea. Put in the work and the action to see it through.
Nice. How many people agree? How many of us agree? It's the idea. It's the idea and the potential of what it could be. Listen, I could be Elon Musk. Who's Elon? Me, I'm going to teach him. Yeah? I am the next Mo. It is me. Huh? The idea. Okay. So next, what is it? So it's the idea and the creation process. Creating something new. What else? What else incentivizes people about growing a business, about starting? Why do you want to start?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can say, yes, please. Maybe I can say, for example, in our case for Tanzania or Sub-Saharan Africa, we have a lot of challenges.
Naomba tusikilizane tafadhali, tumpe masikio yetu yote mawili. Alright, karibu.
For the case of Tanzania, or I can say in Sub-Saharan Africa, we have a lot of challenges, of which most of the entrepreneurs or innovators change those challenges into opportunities, and there they can start the startups. For example, we do malnutrition So we address malnutrition. It's a problem in sub-Saharan Africa. So we can have some of the innovations to address malnutrition, and then we can start the campaign.
So basically, there's so many problems, so there's so many opportunities.
Sure.
That's the easier part. It's easier to find something to do because matatizo ni mengi. Okay? Mambo mengi muda mchache. Okay? All right? How many of us agree with that? We're not sure? All right, what else? Karibu sana.
You agree with it? Yes, I am. Yes. Talk to me.
Good morning. My name is Neva Mwambela. I'm a CEO of Plant Biodefender Company Limited. Yes, I agree. The problem is the source of startup. If there is no problem, no startup. So, from the existing problem is where we create innovation that is for solving the existing problem. So this is the motive force for a startup. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm just, the person who invented high heels, what problem are they solving? Schooner. Ale come up with schooner, alikuwa na solve tatizo gani? Ufupi, kuna watu warefu ambao wanavaa schooner.
Kwenye farasi. Ili watu wasidondoke kwenye farasi.
Walitengeneza schooner ili watu wasidondoke kwenye farasi. Na watu schooner ya kwanza ilitengenezwa kwa mwanamke au mwanaume? Mwanaume. Sasa hivi kina nani wanavaa? Je, ilikuwa na solve tatizo lipi? Lile tatizo lilikuwa na resolve sio tatizo ambalo sasa hivi linatatulika. Yaani innovation yake imekuja kutatua kitu kingine ambao hata kukifikiria. Umeona? All right? So something else. What keeps us going? So I have a thought. Oh, wonderful. Here we go. The lady in the back. This side, if we were competing with sides, nye kwa kweli, mgo A, B, C, tuko kwenye B na C. Kwa nini? Namba nije huku. Yes.
Hi, good morning. I see I have a colleague in the front there from South Africa. My name is Sonia. I represent the African Circular Economy Network Foundation. And I think the message we are here looking at an EPR system and uptake of circular economy in Africa, but specifically now in Tanzania. And I think you said, what are the opportunities? I think something that we need to realize is that as we are moving towards circularity of materials, this is creating a lot of opportunity for young entrepreneurs, because we're trying to get ourselves to remove ourselves from the primary resources, and there's a huge market and opportunity for people taking waste, or there is no waste, nothing is waste. If we could take things that were previously discarded, there are huge opportunities and innovation in Africa that we can scale and duplicate. So we're the fastest growing continent, and there are so many enabling environments, and I think the time is now, that it's time for Africa, and the opportunities are definitely there.
All right, thank you so much. Circular economies brought up so many new opportunities. It's unfolding so many different areas to look into. And how do you make sure there's no waste? Because that chain, that value chain, has a space for every single person within every single industry, right? So it's just your ability to be able to spot the opportunity, right? And not just spot any opportunity, spot the ones that will scale, right? Okay, let's come on this side. Tunakuja huku. Huku kuna walimu wakuu wengi sana. All right, so completely different question. What are some of the most exciting innovations we have seen come out of Africa in the last 10 years? Well, I'm not coming to you because as startups, I know you know them because you're looking for that inspiration, right? So you know them. Kwanza Gibson wewe kushika kabisa. Some of the 10 exciting startups that have come out of Africa in the past 10 years. some exciting innovations that have come out of Africa in the past 10 years. What are they? Within fintech, edtech, agribusiness, agritech, what have you? The creative economy, tech for gender, some exciting innovations that have come out of Africa. Within government, some things have been made a lot simpler, actually. Let's think. I only remember there's nothing that's happened. It's nothing. I can also call. Let's Preden.
Good morning. I'm Rukia, a development management consultant. And in terms of what has been happening in Africa and Tanzania including, is a response to what someone talked about in terms of legal and policy environment. There's been a lot going on in African countries, in Tanzania as well, in trying to improve and to put in place a conducive environment for facilitation and development of entrepreneurs. That is one. And of course, there are a number of other issues that looks into it, because when we're talking about conducive environment, it's a question of the kind of legal tools, the policies, and as a facilitator here said, talking about even the regulations that are in place. And for instance, here in Tanzania, through UNDP's support, there was and other development partners, the question of facilitating private sector development. There are programs of that called. When you look into facilitating private sector development, is the question of what kind of, someone talked about skills. Well, here we're talking of skills even within the government, in how do you respond to the needs of the, for instance, the private sector, including the entrepreneurs. And quite a number of initiatives have been undertaken, all aimed at supporting entrepreneurs in Tanzania.
So the environment is becoming a lot more enabling, all the way from public to private sector, and there are different initiatives and collaborations coming up to help foster growth within the ecosystem. Yeah, so it's as much as we see hardship, 10 years ago was a lot different. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of movement. All right, other innovations. Okay, I'm just going to come back to this side as well. I have like 20 on top of my head.
Then the lady next to you will tell us the next one.
Okay, so fintech and agribusiness.
Which one?
A company, East African Fresh Produce, and fintech, the Nala.
Nala is
Yeah.
African Fresh. Nala is African Fresh Produce.
I would say mobile money, M-Pesa, yes.
All right.
So M-Pesa, East African produce, Nala.
Also Ramani.
All right.
Ramani.
Yeah, just so you know, you're not allowed to say yours. All right, Ramani. We've got 4. What else? What's Ramani? That's a good question.
Ramani?
Yes.
Ramani is it's a fintech. It's actually an ERP solution. I don't know more about them.
So it's, Kai is explaining. All right, so next. Flutterwave. Sheria kiganjani. So mnaangaliana wenyewe. And you're like, I'm going to say yours, you say mine. All right. Sheria can get, nice. Yeah, nice strategy. Sheria kiganjani, let's go. What else? GEPG? Yes, we have to acknowledge. Yes, yani we thank God kwa kweli. Pardon? Tips. Yes, tips, absolutely.
Max Malipo.
Max Malipo, hiyo ni story ndefu. Hapo kuna mambo mengine ya kuzungumzia, lakini yes, it was great. What else? Well, we're very much in fintech.
There is Jumo.
Jumo, yes. What else?
There is dawa mkononi.
Dawa mkononi, na investor amefurahi kweli alikaa hapo.
Kilimo maendeleo.
Kilimo maendeleo. All right, let's get out of TZ.
There is Bupas in Kenya.
Come on. Okay, so we have him, and then what else do we have? Bupas. There's a lot of fintech.
For me, as an agro-processing company, I'm really inspired by Twiga Foods in Kenya, Baridi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, one of the things about Baridi, a lot of people are saying, haiendi popote. Look at where they are now. It's like, look at me now. Look at me now. Started from the bottom now. Kwa watu ambao wamezaliwa past 1980 kwenda juu, you have no idea what reference I'm referencing. Lakini it is well. It is well. Something else. Something else. Something else. Something else. One last thing. Right.
Okay. No, I'm not going to say it.
Please, nobody has said anything within EduTech. I've been waiting.
I mean, I can't say it for obvious reasons. She will direct 10 years today. But I wasn't going to say that. I'm going to say, I think there's innovation in tourism. Particularly, I love what Rwanda has done strategically, looking at tourism as a whole sector and promoting investments in strategic areas. So looking at how they're doing accommodation, the transport, how they're doing the meetings, the conferences, and I think just last weekend they hosted the Time 100 Impact Awards. So for me, the government of Rwanda, how they looked at tourism is very innovative.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. It's kind of what would happen if a government also partnered with startups and stuff. Yeah. One last thing, one last person. Give me on the kwanza mwambie basi aseme. Yaani umekuwa head girl. Another exciting innovation. What are we seeing in South Africa? Sorry, what are we seeing in South Africa? An exciting innovation that's come up in the last 10 years.
So, not my original thought, but I agree. EduTech, there is TAI in Tanzania, there's Silabu as well. So there's some examples of EduTech.
All right. Okay. Was that what you were going to say? Okay. Wonderful. Oh, Chabu. Well done. Sharing is caring. All right. Okay. So
there's two come to mind in terms of water security inventions from South Africa. The first is something called the Hippo water roller. And as we know, women collecting water from long distances and carrying heavy water containers, what this invention does is it's a drum with a handle, and you can collect water, you can collect a lot of water, and you can pull this trolley wheel. The other, one of my favorite inventions, and unfortunately now I don't have the brand name, but I can find it for you, is a roundabout in a play park for children. While the children are playing, this wheel turns and it pumps water. And this is in areas where there's great service delivery challenges. So they created this park with the wheel that you play on, and every time the kids play on the wheel, it pumps water into storage from the groundwater. So there's many of those around.
Love that, love that. And the roller, it's funny how I've heard about it for so long, but then somebody came and actually did it and made it work, right? With the one that pumps water, the merry-go-round, I always get fascinated by that, because I wonder, I'm like, it's a really great excuse for parents to also play. For me, I want to go play. It's a great excuse to do that as well, right? What about a mama? Within health, we have Kunwani and mama and so on and so forth. So what we can agree, in short, there's quite a bit happening, right? There's quite a bit happening. Last question and I'm done. Last question and I'm done. Done. All right? Well, I'm not fully done. Let me not lie. What innovations do we have going on in the gender space?
Rise up.
Okay, I have a cold sweat. Rise Up, yes, that's a great example. Rise Up is a product that's going to be launching soon, but it's not the space for it, but yes, thank you very much. What else? The question is, do we have enough? The issues are plentiful. The issues are plentiful. But there are actually quite a few products here that one way or the other can actually tackle a lot that's going on within gender as well. Sharia, vipi? Kigenjani? Una target audience huku? What else? What else do we have? Come on, guys. What else do we have? Let's think about it. What else do we have? Yes, please. Please go for it.
The greatest innovation.
Here we go. Oh.
I think you can hear me.
Oh, I can. I don't think everybody else can. Here we go. There's another one.
So something that you should all be very proud of. The greatest innovation in the gender space is your president.
Ooh.
You have someone pioneering leadership in Africa.
Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause and also give yourselves a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause. Wonderful. And we are going to officially begin, and as we're doing that, I'd like to recognize the presence of a few people. I'd like to recognize the presence of a few people, and as we're doing that, I'm going to request for everybody in the back to please come forward and take your seats. Everybody in the back, may you please come forward and take your seats. Let's not have anybody standing behind the buffet table. Let's have everybody come and take your seats. That means for everyone who was also operating a booth, if the delegates have already come through your table, please, you can also come and take your seat so we can proceed with this morning. Wonderful. I'd like to recognize the presence of our guest of honor. It's none other than the EU ambassador, Ambassador Christine Grau. A hand of applause, please. We also have with us the Director of Business Environment Unit, Ministry of Planning and Investment, Mr. Baraka Aligesha, I apologize. Makofi Koke Tafadhali. We have with us UNDP Senior Economic Advisor, Ms. Wayimi, Ms. Wayimi Omamoli. Makofi Koke Tafadhali. Wayimi comes to us all the way from Nigeria. Yes, makofi kwake tena jamani. Makofi is just claps in Swahili. All right, and then we have with us the UNCDF Inclusive Digital Economy Country Lead, Ivana Damjanov. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Karibu. And then of course we have the Head of Cooperation EU, Mr. Cedric Merrill. Makofi kwake tafadhali. We have the Director General, Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology, Amos Ndungu. But we also have with us the Director General, Tanzania ICT Commission, Mr. Nkundwe. Makofi kwake tafadhali. And lastly but not least, we have with us very, very special guests, and that's none other than you yourselves. Thank you for making it this morning in the midst of heavy traffic, in the midst of uncertainty of will it rain or not, but you're here. So please do give yourselves a round of applause. Right? We have with us incredible investees, dreamers, innovators, visionaries doing incredible things to change not only the startup ecosystem in Tanzania, but also create jobs and tackle some of the most pressing challenges in this country and outside this country, and hopefully, potentially, one day globally. All the investees in this space give themselves a round of applause. Makofi kwao tafadhali. To everybody joining us online, I'd like to take a moment to appreciate you as well and welcome you once again to the Unveiling of Funguo Investees. Like I said, please do make sure that you keep engaging. You can just put in your comments, your thoughts, your questions on the chat right there, and we will make sure that we address them. You are, joining us virtually, but that does not mean you're not engaged. We're going to make sure that we engage with you throughout today's session. And like I said, for any photos that you take, anything you do want to share online, please make sure that you hashtag Funguo Unveiling, hashtag Funguo Unveiling, and hashtag Funguo Tanzania Funguo Program on all social media channels. Make sure everybody who's not here also gets to hear and kind of follow what's happening. If something that's spoken up here stands out to you, for example, we started addressing what are some of the key challenges that stand out when you're trying to build a business. We heard we had a little bit of debate between, is it harder to find or build a team? It's raising capital or using that capital to grow your business, building a product, right? We went from the policy environment and so on and so forth. There's so many things to share, so please do make sure you're sharing and bringing everybody who's not here along. Is that all right? Hashtag Funguo Unveiling. Hashtag Funguo Unveiling. And so we're going to proceed and move directly to the welcome remarks. To welcome us here today and share different remarks, we have with us the resident representative of UNDP Tanzania, Mr. Shigeki Komatsubara. And the fact of the matter is we have technology to thank, because Mr. Shigeki is not here with us today live, but he's going to be speaking with us virtually. Karibu sana Mr. Shigeki, makofi kwake tafadhali. As we are sorting that out, just to remind you that this entire unveiling is available on the Funguo Tanzania YouTube channel. So you can just go there, get a link, and share it with anybody who's not here so that they can also follow along, right? It is live on the Funguo Tanzania YouTube channel. And again, as a reminder, as you're putting things online, hashtag Funguo Unveiling. Funguo Unveiling. Zoom is also an innovation. Right? Zoom, Google Meets, thank God. Otherwise, COVID here would have been out of work. Right? We took some time this morning to share some of the exciting startups that cropped out in Africa over the last 10 years across every different, different sectors. Again, just as for all of you who feel that maybe something is going wrong, I'm just going to let you know that this is part of disruption. Nothing is wrong. Nothing that you will see today is not planned. This was part of the plan. This was part of the plan, and this is our attempt at helping you or having you reflect. It's important to reflect on the risks and risk mitigation, right? When we are innovating risks, I read somewhere yesterday, risks is what happens after you've thought everything through, right? So we're part of a risk mitigation experiment. Is that okay? How many of you have gone on a Zoom call and it just stopped working when you really needed it to? And then the second one, I need you to be honest. How many of you have used the internet is not working to get out of responding to something on Zoom? honest, the devil is seeing you. And you know yourself, like, I did that this morning. I did that yesterday. Right? The internet's not working. Between Zoom and Google Meet, there's Zoom, there's Google Meet, there is, what else? We have Teams, what else do we have? What else do we have? Zoom, Google Meet, Teams, and we have Skype and so on and so forth, right? And I'm looking forward to seeing the African version, right? And as we think and reflect on the African version directly to Mr. Shigeki, please move your eyes, wander towards the screens next to you. We're going to get to hear from the resident representative for UNDP Tanzania.
Habari za asubuhi. Hamjambo. Unfortunately, that's all I can say for now, as I just started to learn. But first of all, my sincere apologies for having to miss this auspicious event due to corporate engagements out of the country. As much as I really had wished to be here in person with you, your participation is more important in keeping the momentum of this important initiative. And also, I didn't want to delay the efforts of 17 Tanzanian entrepreneurs to carry on with their job. I'll make a point to meet with you as soon as I'm back in the country to thank you in person for your support and commitment. Having said that, I am very delighted to be here with you, giving brief opening remark today, thanks to the digital technology. This momentous occasion wouldn't have been possible without the generous support of our funding partners, namely the European Union and the British government. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to the government of Tanzania and our esteemed partner, UNCDF, for joining us on this journey to foster the growth of impact-driven startups. Tanzania is a lower middle-income country now, poised to reach the upper middle-income status very soon. Tanzania is rich in resources with vast arable land. Tanzania is blessed with a young and dynamic population, with over 77% of its people below the age of 35, according to the most recent population census. This presents us with a tremendous opportunity to invest in these young talents and enable them to shape their own destiny. UNDP, through its numerous initiatives like this Funguo Innovation Program, and together with the government of Tanzania, is investing in talents, potentials, and opportunities for the future of Tanzania. All of you being here at this event today is a strong testament that we share our belief in youth potential, and that we are committed to doing whatever is possible to unlock it. At UNDP, we strongly believe one effective way to empower young people is to enable them to start and grow their own businesses, generating incomes, creating much-needed jobs for themselves and their fellow young people, and the generations to follow. As we gather here today to witness unveiling of the second cohort of our Funguo Investees, we take great pride in hearing success stories from the startups that received support during the first round. For example, we have witnessed some of these entrepreneurs being entrusted by the government with tenders to contribute to the development of the fishing industry. Others have successfully secured additional financing from new funders. We'll continue to provide these investees with additional technical support to ensure that we witness more of these success stories in coming days, months, and years. We have witnessed that there is a lot of eagerness to start and grow businesses among young people, and there is huge demand for support. That can be witnessed from registered interest in 2 calls Funguo has made so far, close to 1,800 registered applicants seeking catalytic funding. Also, there are a huge number of female entrepreneurs coming up, as you may have noticed around the exhibition post today. For instance, the second cohort, 47% of selected startups are women founded, which is very encouraging, but still a tip of the iceberg. We're also witnessing a lot of innovative business models coming from agribusiness, which demonstrate further potential of Tanzania to move into value-added economy. For instance, close to 50% of selected startups in the second round are within agricultural value chain. I'd like to take this opportunity to officially congratulate the 70 innovative impact ventures that have been selected into the second cohort of the Funguo Innovation Program. Congratulations to you all. I look forward to witnessing their progresses and successes in the months to come, and don't be surprised if I show up in person in one of your companies. There's a huge potential to do more in order to grow a viable pipeline of early stage innovative business in Tanzania. Tanzania has so much untapped potential to attract investors for inclusive and accelerated growth. I therefore humbly implore all stakeholders from the public and private sectors alike, as well as our fellow development partners, to partner and align our efforts toward unlocking the potential of our youth. The opportunities that lie ahead for them are vast, but they need investment to be fully capitalized upon. Let us enable young entrepreneurs to build businesses that create values and provide solutions for all of us. By empowering them to create their own jobs and wealth, we contribute to the prosperity of our nation. By investing in youth, we are investing in the future of Tanzania. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for gracing us with your presence today. I would also like to express my deepest appreciation to our partners, the European Union and the British government, for their invaluable collaboration in making the Funguo program a reality. Lastly, I extend my deep appreciation to the government of Tanzania and all its agencies for their unwavering support in partnering with UNDP to advance initiatives like Funguo. We invest in the future of Tanzania together. Asanteni sana, kazi iendelee.
Kazi iendelee. By investing in the youth, we are investing in the future of Tanzania. So many great things to share and to take away from that. Thank you so much, Mr. Shigeki. Makofi tena kwake tafadhali. Considering we are recording this, he will be seeing it. And from what I hear, he's also watching online, so he is receiving your applause. So makofi kwake tena. Asikie jamani. Thank you so much, Mr. Shigeki. We have heard from you. And so moving on, we're going to hear from an incredible woman who has taken great strides, trends to truly, one way or the other, show leadership in this important space. And this is none other than Ms. Wiemi Omamuli. She is the Senior Economic Advisor for UNDP Tanzania. She's going to be addressing us and talking about funding tomorrow, investing in innovations for startups. And she's going to talk to us about the role of UNDP. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everybody. So, Your Excellency, Ambassador Christine Grau, Head of the European Union Delegation to Tanzania and East Africa, Director of Business Investment, Mr. Baraka Ali Gesha, welcome. heads of government agencies present, representatives of development agencies, heads of corporate entities, startup founders, fellow disruptors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, habari za asubuhi. I'm pleased to be here on stage after that very inspiring message from my boss, Shigeki Komatsubara, who you just heard. And as you heard, he so wanted to be here today. And you know, you've received his very best regards and very sincere regards. So if I may, I would like to add some additional remarks to what he just said in his presentation. And the topic that I have been asked to talk about this morning is funding tomorrow, investing in innovation and startups. And this underscores the pivotal role that innovation and startups play in shaping the economic landscape of not just Tanzania, but the entire world. The global economy is witnessing a transformation shift towards innovation-driven growth. The rise of startups and the cultivation of innovation ecosystems have become key drivers of economic development, employment generation, and sustainable progress. Even mature economies are catching a second wind because of the power of innovation. In the US and other developed countries, innovations like generative AI is set to boost long-term growth by almost 0.5 percentage point, which is truly incredible for these kinds of economies. So you can imagine what innovation can do for developing countries like Tanzania if fully harnessed. Startups and innovative MSMEs are the engines of economic dynamism. They produce new ideas, disrupt traditional industries, and create novel solutions to address pressing challenges. The economic ripple effect of successful startups is profound, leading to increased productivity, job creation, and enhanced competitiveness. The multiplier effect of a vibrant startup ecosystem can extend beyond the immediate beneficiaries, fostering a culture of creativity and entrepreneurship that permeates society. Investing in innovation is not just a strategic choice, it's an economic imperative. Innovation is the cornerstone of productivity gains, which in turn drives economic growth. And by investing in cutting-edge technologies, novel business models, and creative solutions, we not only boost the efficiency of existing industries, but also pave the way. You can't hear me? Thanks. But also pave the way. Is that better? Thank you. For the emergence of entirely new sectors. We have seen examples from the corporate sector of how cutting-edge innovations have gone on to disrupt various industries and created almost entirely new sectors, M-Pesa being one of them. I believe examples from the corporate sector can be, and indeed are being emulated by the development sector now. More and more development agencies are realizing that modern-day development challenges cannot be solved by old ways of thinking and approaches. Fortunately, technological advances are also contributing to the proliferation of many innovative ideas and business models to solve development challenges. And through the Funguo Innovative Program, UNDP, with generous support of our funding partners, the European Union and the UK government, is spearheading development agencies' commitment to fostering innovation and supporting startups as an avenue towards catalyzing innovation-driven development in Tanzania. By providing catalytic financial support, complemented by technical assistance, Funguo nurtures the growth of promising startups that demonstrate the potential for both economic and social impact. Funguo fosters a culture of collaboration among entrepreneurs, investors, and policymakers. We recognize that successful innovation requires a holistic approach that goes beyond just funding. It involves mentorship, access to networks, and a supportive regulatory environment. Funguo is designed to address these critical gaps, ensuring that the startups it supports not only survive but thrive in the competitive business landscape. So to conclude, investing in innovation and startups is not just an option for a brighter future. It is a strategic imperative for nations aspiring to thrive in the 21st century economy. All stakeholders, private and development partners, must play their role in investing in innovation and startups to ensure a better tomorrow for the current and future generations. Asante Nisana, and enjoy the day's proceedings.
Okay. How are you feeling? Yes? Thank you so much, Ms. Moyemi. Another round of applause, Tafadhali. Yes, yes, yes. To the role of UNDP in really fostering growth within the ecosystem. We're next going to hear from Mr. Mwaike Mayenga. He is the portfolio lead for Funguo program, and he's serving with UNCDF. Mwaike, karibu sana. He's going to be showcasing and recognizing the best of Funguo. That's what I'm going to say for now. Karibu sana, makofi kwake tafadhali.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good to be here. Funguo Cohort 2 launch. Journey started 2 years ago with Cohort 1. We did well. We looked for companies, looked for startups. We raised money. Generous donors committed 2.6 billion shillings. Here we are today. So I'm here to give you the highlights of what went through the past 1 year with Cohort 1, and then moving on to recognize those that have done well, so as to encourage other entrepreneurs in the room, other innovators in the room, that to acknowledge what they do, and that's also sets as a stepping stone towards more success. So talking through Cohort 1, the journey to Funguo started with the launch of RFA, where we awarded 2.6 billion shillings to 26 investees. This was back in June 2022. With these 26 investees, they spread different sectors, also different regions in Tanzania. When you look at that, the portfolio distribution of what we got in Cohort 1, we managed to get 26 investees from 18 regions in Tanzania, spanning from Zanzibar to Mwanza and even Simiyu. These investees, they operate in what we call 12 subsectors, as with what Funguo is funding, these are very specific value chains, and some sectors are not the ones we are used to see. So for example, there are companies that they operate in what we call a gig economy. This is a subsector that we had to coin to fit into the description of the business that they do. But out of those 12 subsectors, we noticed that around 34% of the portfolios, they're coming from the agriculture value chain. And that is a reflection of where the economy of the Tanzania is, what drives the growth, what drives the impact. And that wasn't a surprise to us. But more important, we also noticed that in terms of gender distribution, we noticed 15% were what we call female-led, female-founded business. In Cohort 1, we do not have a threshold that we require to have a particular number of female-owned, female-led business, but by sheer efficiency of the women that we have in the country, that we are able to tap into 15% of them. Also, it's not surprising to see that 62% of the portfolio was made up of companies from Dar es Salaam. That's also a testament of where the region with the highest, most economic activities, but also opportunities, exposure to these services, to business supporting services, and also the entrepreneurship spirit. We expect likely maybe in the next cohort 2, cohort 3, we'll start to see this number going down. That's showing that the business services that are coming into Tanzania, they're also spreading to other parts of the country, and therefore we have an equal spread of that innovative and entrepreneurship spirit. So in Funguo, what I want us to focus, we focus on what we call the input-output of the Funguo portfolio itself. Here we're talking about what came in, what that amount has done to the portfolio, what has those business become and achieved. So to run through these 5 categories that we're looking at, so the input-output metrics for the Funguo portfolio, they're focusing on the 5 categories, which talks about the fund injected, which is the catalytic grant that Funguo provided from through our funders, the European Union. But also we look at the jobs created, as Funguo, it's not only about giving money, it's called catalytic and also responsible grant, because we expect these companies and investees to be able to pay back the person giving the money. And these investees and these companies, they're paying back the funders in terms of the impact. So the low-hanging fruit, the number one impact we're looking at is the jobs that these companies are going to create. Because remember, the objective is to help these small businesses, innovative businesses, to be able to grow and create jobs so that they're able to hire their own people. That means more youth are being absorbed in these businesses. So job creation was one of the output that Funguo was expecting. Then another metric was the additional funding, because the objective of the catalytic grant, it's catalytic in nature that it should be able to help the company to raise that additional funding on top of what Funguo is giving in. So Funguo is just giving in a token to your business. Then businesses are supposed to grow such that they attract a commercial-oriented funding instrument or funding institution. They're able to invest with it. So with that, it's the whole phenomenon of unlocking investment potentials. So additional fund raised was also a metric that we looked at. Then the business growth. For Funguo, we directly looked at the growth percentage between the year that they came in and the year now that we announced in the second cohort. So that's the growth is determined basically here on revenue base. We asked these investees, what is your revenue growth on year-on-year basis comparison, and what you see on that screen is an average of all 26 investees. So there are outliers that have grown beyond 100%. There are those who've grown around 30%, other 60%. So the figure you see, it's what we call an average. And then the other metric in terms of business growth, it's partnerships. We all understand that money alone, it's not enough for businesses to grow. So to do, as part of growth, sometimes you need partnerships more than money. So partnerships are also very important in determining that whether these businesses are growing compared to the point that you are onboarding on the Funguo portfolio and where they are now. So over the course of 1 year of managing the Funguo portfolio, we noticed that there is around 250 partnerships have been formed. So where are we now? So as to date, is 2.6 billion was injected as grants. 340 jobs were created. Of these jobs, there are 3,400 jobs were created. Of these jobs, there are direct jobs and indirect jobs. Then additional fund raised. When we say fund raised, here we are talking about capital that has been raised consequent after Funguo. So here we looked at 3 metrics. Investees, they raise funds in terms of grants, equity instruments, and also debt. So combination of that as of today is around 1.28 billion. But I'm also happy to report that this is just amount that has been already been signed and confirmed as of date. However, we are aware other companies that they're in the final negotiation stages with other funders. I know people are talking with Develop PP for matching grant. I know people are talking with Renew Capital for equity-oriented facilities. So possibly by the time we are coming here to report on the media report with our funders, regulators, and organizations, this figure, it's more likely to double by that time. So raising fund is a process. So we understand why are we here at 1.28, and we understand why we might even surpass the double of this figure in the coming year. And as I said, business growth for 20% is an average, and 250 partnerships have been created. Deep diving on specific categories, on the job creation, how does that space looks like? So what we noticed, the areas, the companies that created the most jobs, the target when we were launching Cohort Funguo was to create 2,300 jobs from this portfolio. And this figure came from the agreement between the program and the investees. And that was the target from their baseline they had, and that's the target we agreed. But today we are here reporting 3,400 jobs. Now, where did these jobs come from? 30% of the jobs created within the Funguo program, they came from what we call a platform and gig economy investees. Here we look at the companies that are dealing with Toolboxy, which deals with technicians, FixChap, and Kiafrica. So there are more jobs created here, direct and indirect, as the delivery person is a job created. When you look at the technician that goes to fix something to a client, that's a job created. So the Funguo funding, these companies were able to expand their business, to hire more people, to provide more job opportunities to the mid-skill individuals in Tanzania. Then the recycling space, we had two companies in that space, and this is very interesting because, so one operates in Mwanza, Somabex, where they make school bags using recycled cement bags, and other, it's Eco Act Tanzania, that they recycle plastic to make plastic timber. These companies were able to expand their businesses. That means they got more people to collect the waste, but also because they had much bigger machines, they required more people to do the processing. We noticed these only two, they contributed 20% of the jobs created. Then agriculture, as expected, it's still up there also on its own, creating 20% of jobs. Basically, the biggest company was Tanzania International Big Company, as it has inclusive economy, inclusive business model in how they source their honey, and also how the extension services they provide to the farmers all over Tanzania. And then the other sectors, such as Blue Economy, where we had two companies operating in Mwanza, then the others also operating in manufacturing. So in a nutshell, that's the job distribution of the Funguo portfolio as we stand right now. Moving ahead, when you look at the additional fund raised, now where does this money come from? I've highlighted the list 6 companies there on the board, not saying that others not raise money, but these are the 6 standouts that we could pick. We noticed Artifoc Aponics, based in Zanzibar, they raised about 400 million shillings in equity and grants together. They had an equity investor they had an equity investor in Zanzibar that injected the initial capital, and that's where the matching grant also came in to match the equity that was invested. Then Sheriaki Ganjani, they raised over 90 million shillings in grants as we speak today, but also we are aware they are also in advanced negotiations with an equity investor based in North America. Then Plant Bow Defender, that has been reported today, they've raised 400 million. I know there are other equity investors in the pipeline, about $125,000, they're working on that figure to be concluded. Then Rosho also has been on the fundraising marathon. There are deals in the pipeline, but 300 million has been raised, and Aquacom, the company into Blue Economy. Then on the partnerships, this is the most interesting part also, as we noticed other businesses, they grew very fast based on the partnerships they are formed. We reported 250 partnerships were formed. A quick highlight, we could see that Gas Faster had a partnership with Vodacom that allows people to buy, cooking gas via M-Pesa and Vodacom platforms. Safari Wallet had partnership with payment aggregators that international tourists are able to tap into services provided by Safari Wallet and pay online. Rosho formed 2 partnerships with airlines, Alric Air and Flightlink. This provide the in-flight snack. I think with time they should be able to advance to the giant operators of ATC and Precision in Tanzania. EcoAct, they've done work with TANROADS Tanzania, where they are making they are replacing the steel pipe for the road signs with the plastic poles, which is also effective, as the steel pipes they do collude and also get stolen. Then Fixed Sharp, these ones they forged a partnership through an EU event where they met a foreign company, and they're able now to be their in-country suppliers of their water purifier. So in a nutshell, those are the few that we could pick, but overall there are others that they're formed with government organizations, with international, multilateral and multinational companies, and also within themselves. Even with this cohort, we see partnerships are also being formed between investee and investee, and another investee. So that's all we have in a nutshell of where Funguo portfolio is in terms of the journey for the past 1 year. Now, without wasting more time, since we've seen what this portfolio has achieved and done so far, I think it's only fair to also recognize a few of them that have stood out in different categories. And that's where we get into the session of investee recognition. So in this next session, we are going to recognize investees that have done well in the 5 categories that we have identified for this morning event. So the first category, we are going to identify investees that they've done well in raising capital acquisition. Then we'll also look at the investees that have created more jobs. That's what we call a workforce expansion. And move to the third category, we'll look at the investees that what we call an industry excellence. Then operational optimization, and last we'll look at development impact of these investees they have created. So without wasting more time, I would like to transition to the recognition session, where in this session I will tell you the 3 investees in each category that were considered for that award, and then I'll also tell you the one that has been awarded. So to start with, we are going to start with category 1. The first category will be capital acquisition, where in this category we are going to recognize companies that have demonstrated outstanding proficiency in fundraising and also securing additional investment for business growth. So to name a few, the 3 investees that are being considered in this category are Active Aquaponics, Plantboard Defenders, and Aquacom Limited. Those are 3 nominees for this category.
To present the award to the winner of this category is the UNCDF Inclusive Digital Economy Country Lead, Ms. Ivana Damjanov. Karibu sana on stage. We're going to ask you to move right to the middle of the stage. And the winner that's going to be selected, you will come on stage, shake the hand, and get your certificate.
So the winner in this category is Active Aquaponics. Hongera sana Active. Unfortunately, Active Aquaponics could not be here with us today because they just received an invitation with the Ministry of Agriculture, Zanzibar, to do a presentation on how they can better the horticulture space in Zanzibar. So Joseph Manela Kiza will present Active. Thank you very much. Yes. Asante sana. So moving ahead to category number 2. Category number 2, we are looking at investees that are recognized for workforce expansion. Now, in this category, we are looking at those who have created jobs opportunity and professional growth. The recognition goes to the startup that significantly expanded the workforce. And the 3 nominees for this category are Yebi Health Limited, Fixed Sharp Limited, and Tanzania International Big Company.
To present the award for this category is Ms. Eweyemi Omamuli, UNDP Senior Economic Advisor. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Thank you. And the winner for this category is Fixed Sharp Limited. Fixed Sharp, Prince, congratulations.
Makofi kwa Fixed
Yeah,
Sharp
we appreciate
tafadhali.
your commitment in workforce expansion. As we understand, this is not only about numbers, but also it's about empowering youth and promoting livelihood creation. Thank you very much. Thank you. So as we are celebrating these achievements, we reminded that the diverse part of the success. Let's proceed to the next category. And the third category, we are going to look at investees that have done well in the industry excellence. When we talk about industry excellence, here we are talking to startups that has collected the significant industry awards. Also, they are recognized and they also symbolizing the excellence in their field. The investees that have been considered for this prestigious category, number one is Life Plus Limited, number two is Sheria Kiganjani, and number three is Niajili Platforms.
To present the award for industry excellence is the Director of Business Environment Unit from the President's Office Planning and Investment, Mr. Baraka Aligaishi. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Karibu sana Baraka. And to mention the winner for this category is Sheria Kiganjani Company Limited. Hongera sana Sheria Kiganjani. Congratulations, industry-wide recognition and excellence. We believe your achievements in the industry are a clear indication that how your business is innovative, but also has excellence in service and is being recognized by the wide industry of the business network. Hongera sana Sheria. Ladies and gentlemen, the recognition today not only celebrates success, but also inspires all of us to strive for excellence. So let's continue to our next category. And in this category, it's category number 4, which involves recognition for operational optimization. At Funguo, when we say operational optimization, we recognize a startup that has excelled in implementing effective operational improvements with the clear improvement of operations in the efficiency before and after Funguo funding. For startups considered in this category, Somabex Limited from Mwanza, Plant Body Defenders from Kilimanjaro, and EcoAct Tanzania from Dar es Salaam.
And to present the Operational Optimization Award is none other than the Director General for Tanzania ICT Commission, Mr. James Nkundwe. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
So after thorough review and verification, I'm here honored to announce that Plant Body Defender Limited is the winner in this category. Congratulations, Plant Body Defender. We believe optimizing operations for sustained success. We also acknowledge your focus on operational efficiency. It's a model for startups to striving in long-term success and also sustainability. Hongera sana. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our final category this morning is category number 5. As we reflect in these startups on development and society progress, I'm happy to announce category number 5 as a category for development impact. Recognition for development impact is awarded to a startup with the most notable influence in creating positive societal change, focusing on combination of job creation, environmental conservation, as well as livelihood promotion. Vying for this award, there are 3 startups, namely Somabex Limited, EcoAct Tanzania Limited, and Sheria Kiganjani.
Okay, this is that moment when I think there are a lot of people looking at the screens and wondering, what's going on? But Waike, could you please talk to us about the nominees once more?
So the nominees for this category, they are Soma Bags Limited, Eco Act Limited, and Sheria Kiganjani. And the winner is Eco Act. I think the technology was way ahead of me.
All right.
Knowing the winner.
And to present this category is none other than Ambassador Christine Grau, EU Ambassador. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Eco Act to the stage. Makofi kwa Eco Act. A hand of applause.
Eco Act, your work is a testament of power, but also it shows your commitment, contribute to the development of your innovative approach. You address environmental changes, but also you foster economic growth and welfare of the society. Hongera sana. Thank you very much. I think that wraps up the session of showcasing and recognition. Asanteni sana.
And have a hand of applause once again to all the winners of those categories. It's incredible to see the work that's been done throughout just 1 year. 3,400 jobs created, both directly, indirectly, 1.28 billion shillings raised in incremental funding, 250 partnerships and so on and so forth. Hayo makofi yalikuwa ni ya kichoyo. Acheni wivu. Pigeni makofi. In a space where we have young people complaining about lack of jobs, issues to do with livelihood, when you hear about those numbers, you have to celebrate. Because one way or the other, things are truly moving. We're not just talking about numbers, we're talking about people's lives actually changing. And as innovators, as Tanzanians, as Africans, those are things that we want to celebrate. And so when we're applauding, we give a hearty round of applause to all the work that's been done. Jamani tupige makofi. Kiukweli. Yes. Wonderful. And so what we're going to do at this point, we're going to go directly into a quick fireside chat. We have some, really incredible experts with us, and we're going to be talking about Tanzania's startup investment landscape. We're going to be talking about raising money, keeping money, and using that money to actually grow a business. I just need 3 chairs on stage. For those of you who are talking about and saying that finding capital is hard, this is your space. Also, for those of you in the beginning who said that actually using that capital to grow your business is harder, this is also your space. And so we're going to engage in a conversation with 3 incredible people who actually actively work in ensuring that we, one way or the other, solve for these issues that we have identified as issues this morning. We have none other than Mr. Salum Awad, CEO, SSS Capital. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Right. Next, we have Ms. Amna Swede, who is the Managing Director for Shekinah Investment and Advisory. Makofi kwake pia. Yes, and we have with us next Mr. Martin Warioba, Managing Partner for Warioba Ventures. Karibuni sana. All right. So basically what we're going to be doing is having a quick conversation, quick rapid fire questions. And the fact of the matter is, if you feel that you'd like to ask another or a follow-up question as triggered by this conversation that's going to be had here, please do remember that you can catch them off stage and have another conversation proceeding. All right. So I'm going to allow you and give you just a minute each to talk to us about who you are, what you do, and then answer the question that we all are tempted to ask in the morning. Which is harder, raising capital or using that capital to grow your business? We're going to start directly with ladies first. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for giving me this platform. My name is Amna Swedi. I'm the Managing Director of Shekinah Investment and Advisory. It's a firm that's based in Switzerland, Tanzania, and Kenya, and we work with foreign investors that are investing in the Eastern and Southern African markets. But equally, so we work with private equity, VC, family offices, multinationals, the whole panoply of foreign investors. But on the other hand, we also work with entrepreneurs in getting them investment ready and also helping them with fundraising and getting them capital. Equally, the last 18 months, we've also been starting and investing ourselves in startups. So far, we only have a small portfolio of 3 companies in Tanzania, but the ambition is to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. So which one is harder? To find capital or to use that capital to grow your business?
Okay, that's a good question. I'm actually from the school of belief that you don't necessarily always need to raise funding. I think that it's become very fashionable to talk about raising funding and to want to raise funding. But prior to venture capital and PE becoming such a thing, entrepreneurs were actually just growing their businesses through sales. So I think I think it's hard to maintain and to grow the business for sure. Fundraising is also very difficult because obviously when you look at the statistics in terms of the amount of funding that's coming into the African market, it's so small compared to the US and even European markets and other markets. So in that sense, there is this scarcity around it. But I would say to entrepreneurs that you don't need to raise in order to actually be an entrepreneur and to pursue your idea and to grow your business.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, 100%. So moving on to Mr. Salum. Karibu sana, talk to us who you are, what do you do, and which one's harder? Capital, using that capital to grow your business, briefly.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Salum Awad from SSC Capital. We are an advisory investment banking and a private equity firm. We work companies get money from all different sources, especially from the innovative sources of finance, from angel investing, crowdfunding, venture capital, all the way to private equity. We've been operational for 13 years. We operate in Tanzania, Rwanda, and UAE. So for me, I would say raising money is, for me, I think is most difficult, especially at a stage when the company really needs to raise money. I think we have all heard of a valley of death. It's a period when company, if it does not raise money at the time, in 12 months, you are bound to fail, pretty much closing down the business. And that's where 75% of small businesses die. So for me, I think as much as other things are more critical beyond money, but if we were to choose between the two, for me, especially in African context, I will always pick raising money. I think is more difficult, especially in a space where more than 750 companies that will apply for VC funding, only 4 will get the money. Out of 100 companies that will ask for money from banks, only 20% will get the money. So for me, I think I always pick raising money is the most difficult part. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, over to you, Mr. Martin.
Thanks, Halila. My name is Martin Warioba, coming from Warioba Ventures, and we invest in early stage startups in the country and across the region. To answer your question, I think if you're a first-time founder, raising capital is difficult. There's a reason why we tend to prefer multiple founders over the first-time founder. And the assumption is by the time you are going to raise funds, either you've tapped from your family and friends, but you have to prove scalability and sustainability of your business. So to me, when you come building a business, you must have a plan to build your business, and your business must be generating income before you can get funded.
All right. Okay, so there's two schools of thought there, but all of them, one way or the other, do interconnect. All right, so we're moving on. So given your experience in building the startup ecosystem and also building startups yourself, because you have one of the way or the other been entrepreneurs, could you give us a brief overview of the current startup investment landscape in Tanzania? Talk to us about the trends and the opportunities. And Salum, I'm going to throw this over to you. Trends, opportunity, current startup investment landscape in Tanzania.
Oh, okay. So first of all, I think I won't separate Tanzania from the trends which we see across the continent. If you look at the stats between January to June this year, one of the major trends that we have seen is the decline of VC funding in Africa, actually by 54%. So pretty much 50% of all funding declined in the first half of this year if you compare to last year. But the other thing that we see as a major trend is the disruption of what we call series funding. So I think startups will understand me better. When startups are raising money, there's usually what we call series pre-seed, seed, series A, up to series E. In the past, you would see that if someone raises $2 million, that would pretty much be categorized as series A. But those days are gone. Someone who raises $2 million now is pretty much a pre-seed startup. And someone who's raising 10 million is pretty much a seed startup. So there's a mismatch now between how much money startups are raising, what investors are looking for, and the stage where you are in. So this is another trend that we see. And if you look at the local ecosystem as well, I think there's been an emergency of funding opportunities which are not there. If you asked me 10 years ago, in 2018 we started the Angel Network in Tanzania, and it was very tough. But today we have Aruba Ventures, you have Serengeti Business Angels, you have AMNE, and everybody else who's coming to the market trying to look for these opportunities. So I think there are more opportunities coming up. You have Funguo trying to unlock funding to these businesses, as what we saw in the report. Another trend that I see now is if you look at the investing into startups 5 years ago, impact was an added advantage for company to raise money. Today, impact is a mainstream and one of the criteria for you to raise money. If you are not addressing impact, chances for you to raise money now is pretty much less than if you were to do that 5 years ago. And I also see now a lot of corporate coming into the market and do a lot of partnerships in different forms and shapes. You see CRDB now, launching Imbeju. Is it Imbeju? Imbeju, trying to as well bridge the financing gap. It's one of the things we've been talking about for the past few years about the role of corporates in unlocking financing into small businesses, doing corporate partnerships. We saw the presentation about Funguo, where you have multiples of partnerships between corporates and small businesses where they can leverage on the corporate infrastructure to do and grow their businesses. So this is the thing that we see in the market, which for me I think is critical. Lastly, I think this is the trend that you see in Africa. If you look at the investment last year and this year between January to June, 4 out of 10 investors in Africa were accelerators. And 5 out of the 10 largest investments were done by accelerators in Africa, which for me I think is the major trend now. All the accelerators also do investing, which is a trend that probably we want to see in Tanzania as well, where you don't just accelerate startups, you also provide some sort of pre-seed funding to unlock this startup to move into the mainstream investment landscape.
Hello, thank you very much. Yes, sio kutupatia skills too. The funding is also really critical to actually match how to use those skills. So several really key nuggets there, and you'd like to add one? Come on.
I think just if I can add one to what Salma's just said. I also, for the last 2 years, the conversation from the founders, the startups themselves have changed. And I think we need to clap for that. In the past, you met founders, they never really talk about business model. They never talk about sustainability. All they are looking for is grants. These days, there's really good conversations from the founders. So I think we need to acknowledge that, and more founders are looking for actually equity investment, not only grants.
So the founders themselves are evolving. Jamani, jipigeni makofi. Mmesifiwa. All right, thank you so much for that one. And of course, the fact of the matter is, when you go into the sea and you realize the sharks are bigger, you also have to grow some fangs. And if you don't evolve, you die, right? And so we see traction in that space as well. So I'm going to move on directly to you, Amne. What are the specific sectors or industries that you find promising in Tanzania as we're thinking about, as we're speaking about investing, the most promising startups in terms of scale, in terms of growth, in terms of accelerated, sustainable opportunities for livelihoods, partnerships, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Okay, so I know that there's quite a few, there's quite a lot of private capital that comes into markets that is very sector specific. I'm of the opinion for a country like Tanzania, there is so much lacking in terms of industries, in terms of development in sectors, that I don't really think that we should focus on only one sector. But in terms of the work that I've been doing, I've been working with some universities, for example, abroad, that have been partnering with universities in Tanzania, and especially science departments or agri-science departments. And it's very promising to see that there's a lot of innovation in technology solutions that are relevant for whether the fisheries, the agriculture sector, renewable energies as well. And it's very interesting that some universities in Tanzania are understanding that the research that they're undertaking is worthless if they're not actually going to be able to monetize this research and capitalize on all these innovations in providing solutions, but also building businesses that are impactful within the society. So the sectors that I've been seeing is renewable energy, in agriculture as well. I think those are very promising sectors. But currently, for example, we're looking into a company that we want to invest in that is in animation. So entertainment animation, which I didn't know much about actually, but I've been looking in terms of the opportunity of that sector in Tanzania, and it's massive in terms of the number of prospective employment that you can create, because Tanzania is actually extremely, has a lot of young people that are extremely talented. I think the numbers, for example, is that you can find 3,000 young people that can do animations in Dar es Salaam alone. I was very surprised by this number. So I think, a lot of the private capital, like I said, that comes into the market sometimes is very focused. I think we see like AI as a sector that's, growing and growing. But I personally think that for a market like Tanzania, it's a mistake. I would say that to keep our eyes open, to be open, because there are just so many opportunities all around us.
So basically, do not be confined to a sector, look at the opportunities, and just be able to leverage and optimize.
Definitely.
All right, so moving on to you, Mr. Warioba, Martin. Talk to us about what you believe are the specific challenges that investors are trying to tackle, right? What are the challenges that investors are trying to tackle in finding a niche, especially in supporting early stage startups in Tanzania?
So I think earlier when you're asking questions, I think it's Neema who said you don't need capital at an early stage, which we fully subscribe to that. It's not always about the money, right? It's about the expertise, market knowledge, mentorship, corporate networks. All those are very critical for that survival at early stage. And as an investor, there's only so much I can do in 24 hours. So one of the biggest challenge, it's you wish the ecosystem could do more to handhold the startups. At Warioba Venture, we run an accelerator, which we never had to run an accelerator. It shouldn't be our core business. But the reason we do, because we find from the market, the quality that is out there from the accelerators, it's not very good for investment. So our perspective of why we should invest doesn't necessarily match a lot with a lot of the product that you get out of the accelerator. And we wish there could be more alignment on that. So that way we could focus more on just doing due diligence and investing. The other part, I would say, it's just that knowledge. And it's a new industry, it's a new asset class. And this is a challenge that we all face. We accept. Over time, we'll overcome it. But if you go to an ecosystem that's a bit mature, like Kenya or Nigeria, the founders understand what to expect when they engage with the investors. And here, that gap, it's still there. But I'm not complaining about that. I think that's the part that we have to deliver to others as well.
So could I press into that a little bit more? You spoke about the quality of the acceleration, the fact that accelerated startups will come into a conversation and not understand how to engage investors, right? And there's a mismatch between whatever is skills, whatever information they're getting into that space, and what they face when they finally, boop, I've met Martin, fast conversation, shock on me, I was not ready. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
So I think it's a value chain, right?
Right.
Yeah, if you go to Ngorongoro, lion makes a killing. They eat the fillet, they leave. Then hyenas come, and then they eat what they can, and then you have eagles come last and take whatever is left, right? So it's a value chain, and we need to understand that part, right? Salum spoke about the series. We invest in early stage pre-seed seed, but I cannot invest blindly because I need to hand over my investment to a Series A, Series B, VC fund, PE fund. And these guys have a very specific need in the market. They are looking for scale. So if I don't build my startups for scalability, I'll never be able to pass them over to somebody else, right? And ideally, we should be getting the pipeline from the accelerators. But if the accelerators are not giving you startups that you can actually invest in, so eventually I can pass over them to somebody else, I will never be really looking for that startup. So, and in this market specifically, a lot of accelerator and hubs, they look for impact first, investment second. I tell everyone else, we look for investment first. But where Tanzania is today, everything you do has an impact. Like we don't need to prioritize impact KPIs over business sustainability KPIs. And because we prioritize, the accelerator prioritize that impact a lot more, sometimes, yes, you have a startup that has passed through, but can they scale? Can they be sustainable? Without that grant money, can they actually sell to somebody else? And I think that's the biggest gap. So if you come to Forward, we say, where's your product? Where's your revenue? I don't care about profitability. Profitability will come, but can you convince 50, 100, 200 people to pay for this service because they need it?
All right.
And once you do that, then we can look at our skills, the investment that we've done. And we worked a lot with the impact funders, by the way. And we get that matching grants coming in, but we don't go and prioritize that, because at the end of the day, I need an exit, and my exit will be from a VC fund that is looking for scale and is looking for returns.
All right. So probably just a quick question here. How many of us have been through accelerators? All right. Okay. How many of you, how many of you got trained in, or even heard the words pre-seed, seed, round A, B, C within the accelerator program? Just one. You have to think about it. You're trying to remember. Was that part of the curriculum, or was it basically a conversation that happened? Just a conversation. All right. So basically, we have a problem. All right. Amma, you wanted to say something? Just 1 minute, then move.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Martin is saying. And I think that when we're looking at the VC, at least the investment landscape in Tanzania, I think that you cannot treat it like a more mature market, right. Meaning that there is an element of capacity building that you as an investor has to engage in, because of several reasons. A lot of the, like Martin is saying, a lot of the accelerators, that exist are no shade on anyone, but they're not really doing what they're supposed to be doing. But also there's a big issue in actually getting the deal flow in Tanzania. It's very, very difficult to identify, deal flow that you can actually work with. So I think having an accelerator is almost a must in any investor's business plan.
Awesome. Salum, just over to you. I'm wondering, what are the regulatory challenges that impact your decision making as an investor?
If you allow me just maybe a minute as well to add on what I think this is one of the most it's one of the most critical stuff in the ecosystem. And what I want to say might not necessarily apply to an angel investor, because an angel investor should close the deal in the shortest period of time possible. Might not necessarily as well apply to Funguo probably, but a typical investment process of a venture capitalist takes about 7 stages, and in each stage businesses fall out in the pipeline. So as I said earlier, if you have 8 companies in the first stage, you end up with 4 companies in the final stage, and this is in the most developed ecosystem. So you would want to see, if you are in Tanzania where the ecosystem is not as developed, how many companies do you need in the initial stage for you to end up with 5 companies for Martin probably to pick one. So that's one of the most critical things that we need to look at. So in terms of the legal regulatory change, I think is one of the things we have been speaking about. For one thing, any investor will look at is the ease of doing business. I think this is a no-brainer. You want to invest in a company, in a market where it's easy for that money to be invested in, and for that money to come out, and of course to run that company. I always say money goes where it is attracted the most, it stays where it is treated the best, just like a marriage. So for me, I think is one of the most critical things is how you do that. If the cost of business is high, cost of compliance, if you want to invest in a company that you have to knock 6-7 different doors for you to comply, then for me, I think that would be a problem for any investor. And then secondly is the licensing regime, which I think you have spoken about this in other platforms. You don't want to license a startup that is building a payment company the same way you would want to license CRDB. It doesn't work. So you must have a different licensing regime for startups and a different licensing regime for big companies in terms of cost, filing, and at the end of the day, of course, compliance. And lastly, of course, you cannot talk about policy and regulatory challenges without talking about taxes at the end of the day. For me, I think it's critical. Many countries are using tax as an incentive for people to invest in, or as an obstacle for people to go to other markets. So for me, I think it's critical to look at the tax regime constantly to see how is it friendly for small businesses and startups and investors. If you go to Rwanda today, if someone wants to invest as an angel investor, up to $300,000, you get tax incentives for you to invest in that company. So if I were to sell my shares to exit at a later stage, I won't pay capital gain tax, which you probably have to pay in Tanzania if I'm investing in a company which is not listed. So I think we have to look at that. We were looking at a company a few weeks ago with the purpose of investing. One of the challenges that we found there was so we were doing the legal due diligence if the company was paying its taxes, so we asked for the tax clearance certificate. It was not there. And they asked, okay, what happened? I say, you know what? I'm not paying any taxes because I've not been making money. I say, okay, fine. But according to TIA, you're supposed to, be filing and paying all these taxes, SDL, payee, and all the other things that you're supposed to be. Even if you're not making money, you're supposed to be filing. And filing at the end of the day has a cost. You need to get someone who's registered TIA that you have to pay. So for me, I think we need to look into that. That we have a specific tax regime that is friendly for businesses, say to the certain threshold level in terms of revenue and the stage where they are in, and then of course you can do that upwards to large business, but you cannot have the same tax system for everybody in the street. That doesn't work.
So basically our tax regime needs innovation.
Needs disruption.
Needs disruption, 100%. Thank you so much, Salum. I'm just going to move directly over to you, Martin. So could you talk to us about any success stories that you have gone through so far in your investment journey? Local startup ecosystem.
So we only have one, eh? I think we've talked about it a lot more. But when we started, we purposely said, one, there's a lot of investors, Tanzanian investors, that have existed, but I think to what Salmo and Amne have said in the past, a lot of them never wanted to invest in Tanzania ecosystem. So we purposely said the first 2 years of our existence, we will only focus to invest in Tanzania ecosystem. We will not rush and make any investment, but we want to just do investment in Tanzania, even though we are East Africa, Southern Africa focused. So we've only found one. We've only invested in one. We are doing due diligence in 3 right now, and hopefully to invest in, at least in 2 more in Q1. But we invested in guys called Kononi, which are quite known. For us, I think they checked the boxes as we wanted to say. So they, from the team perspective, multiple founders, both graduates of Muhimbili University, so they are doctors, they knew what they are doing. They used to run a physical pharmacy. So when they came to us and they had a platform idea, we felt comfortable with the expertise. We felt comfortable with that experience. We fully chose to invest on the platform. So we completely changed their business model from a physical pharmacy to a e-commerce platform. We are a wholesaler e-pharmacy. So we distribute pharmacies across, we distribute medicine to retail pharmacies across Tanzania. So when we met Kononi, January 2022, their revenue was $500 on the platform. October 2023, their revenue is $450,000. And they've had that constant growth for the last 18, 20 months. We invested $100,000 ourselves. We have managed to get additional grants of 260. We are raising a round of $2 million right now. So the fact that they went from distribution in Dar es Salaam, we are now distributing to 14 regions across Tanzania. It's a model that we like. It's the model that we have tweaked a lot. We feel very confident it's the model that we can expand to Malawi, Zambia, Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Zimbabwe. And we have got the team that is busy working on that. So we are quite excited about the future. And we'll see what happens.
All right, thank you very much. So just as we wrap up this round of questioning, last question, talk to us about what you feel the entrepreneurs have to do to ensure that they are consistently expanding their investment of fundraising capabilities as organizations, as companies. So just 1 minute to wrap up. I'll start with you, Amne, and then we will close off.
Thank you. What can entrepreneurs do? Yeah? Okay. What can entrepreneurs do? There's a lot that they can do. I think when you know that you're preparing for a fundraising, I think it's very important there's several things that you can do, but I think that it's very important to really master the business that you're in, because you need to really communicate it well to the investors. So you really need to understand the market, you need to understand your competition, you need to understand also the potential for scalability of your business, because this is what you need to communicate to investors. Investors are going to write a paycheck if they feel that you understand this, and if they feel that your investment can be scalable. There are other things, obviously, but in 1 minute, that's all I'm going to focus on.
Okay. All right.
Two things. One is mindset, and mindset to build a business that can scale. It's easier to put yourself in a very small problem, but just think big. And the second one, you can't do everything by yourself. So build a team that you trust, get a founder or co-founders from the very beginning that can complement what you do.
Thank you very much. Hapo kuna shida, lakini sawa, tutaendelea.
Yeah, so I think when you're raising money, or the game of raising money is twofold. It's about the supply side, people giving money, and the demand side, people are seeking money. My colleagues have spoken about the demand side, what type of things you need to do to attract money. But if I can speak for the supply side, one of the critical things which I think sounds like cliche is for fundraiser to know the funder. What are they looking for? What do they want? What companies are they investing in? Which stage? What sort of risks are they doing? Otherwise, you spend a lot of time chasing wrong investors, and probably that time would have spent to do other productive stuff in your company. So on average in Africa now, it takes 36 months to raise Series A. And one of the reasons is because you don't know who you're raising money from. So for me, I think that's the most critical, number one. Number two, in connection to that, you should be able to separate about three things: the stage of a company, the risk that you are in that company, and the amount of money which is relevant to the risk and the amount of money that you are raising. If you can strike the balance between the three, then it will be easy for you to raise money from any source in the shortest period of time possible. So we need to understand the fundraising game. As much as funders need to know about your company, you also need to know much about the funder. I don't know about Funguo's experience. I don't know how many applications they receive, how many they process, how many they shortlist, and how many they give out the money. That will tell you that probably a big percentage of people who are applying for Funguo probably have not even read about Funguo criteria, and probably just dishing them out in the first glance of look. So that's very important for me. I get that most of the time. Someone comes to you, say, hey, we're raising money. Okay, what stage are you in? Why do you need this money for? What sorts of risks are you de-risking? And then most of the time, probably most people don't have that information. So I think is to take do your homework, know about the investors, know when they're investing. It's the cycle actually. If you look at the VCs, there's a pattern. Which period of the year they usually invest the most. So if you follow that and you do your homework, you will know when to knock the doors and when not to. Because VCs have one thing. They raise a fund, which is usually 10-year lifetime. In the 10 years lifetime of a VC fund, the first 5 years they use to invest. And the remaining 5 years they use to exit. So when you're approaching this VC, you should know which side of the 10 years are they in, so you don't waste your time chasing investors who are looking for exit rather than investing. So for me, I think it's critical for you to understand that.
Yeah. I think one of the things that's really important to reflect on, I've bought 2 more minutes to reflect on, is the fact that a space like Funguo is not as intimidating as it would be talking to a direct investor. Because when you say Funguo does not ask you pre-seed, seed A, seed kwa mifano michache tu. So for an entrepreneur who perhaps does not have that knowledge, it feels like a safer space to go to. So the question is, what are the VCs and the venture builders doing to ensure that if those spaces feel attractive, right, to the entrepreneurs who might not have this knowledge packaged in the way that you're delivering it right now? Perhaps swali la kichoro kabisa, naomba utuambie, do you feel catalytic funding like the one Funguo provides is more helpful in encouraging and sensitizing local investors? So not entrepreneur, but local investors to put money into local startups.
If Funguo is incentivizing?
Local investors. So are local investors feeling that the space is now more so something that they want to jump into?
Yes, of course, because, I think it's a very good program, and I think UNDP is a very strong brand, so I think this is a good thing. But most of the investors are not really looking to give grants that are not going to be paid back in monetary terms, meaning that, I think what was said today was that the return on investment is the impact. For us investors, the return of investment, there should be no confusion on this, is cash. So, so whilst this is, yes, it's encouraging to see that there are players in the market but I think it's a little bit different. But what I like is the fact that within the space of UNDP there is this thinking forward of how the existing portfolio the companies are thinking about raising funds. So I think that maybe UNDP should reach out to angel networks, VC funds, and see how we can partner already at that stage, maybe because you rightly said that maybe it's a much more safer space in the UNDP to be in the UNDP environment than to be with us, who are like, what is your valuation? When is it? Yeah. So maybe if there is some form of partnership, so that they can get comfortable, with us, and also we can already see. Because, like I said, one of the big issues is deal flow. So also being able to see what you guys have in the pipeline, I think it can be a win-win solution.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Amne. All right, just 50 seconds.
Yeah, we like catalytic funds, and they have space in the ecosystem. But I think just to add on what Amne is saying, is that alignment, right? For example, on the matching grants that Mkononi got, the condition was you need to raise X for us to give you equal X on our matching grant. So if you raise 100K, we'll give you 100K, right? Or if you raise 100K, we can give you, based on what you've raised, we'll give you, but maybe our cap is 50,000, right? So I think the catalytic funds just have to tag that. Yes, impact will be there, because you can also add up on, we want to measure how many jobs we've created. For us, Dam Kononi, it's counterfeit medication. It's a huge problem, right? So for example, even last week, I think Minister of Health is complaining about antibiotics in the market. So one of our KPIs, because our solution tracks the medicines that we deliver and where we have delivered, and some of the grants, they like that part. And they say, can you give us data on that? But I think that return component, we can shy away from it. It has to be part and parcel of what the impact we are looking for.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Amne, Martin, and Salu. I'm going to ask you to get up on your feet and take a photo, and then we shall move on swiftly to pick a picture. To everybody who's online, I hope that you are following through quite effectively. I hope that you're able to follow in the conversation. And at the same time, I do hope that you're taking a moment to leave your thoughts, your comments, as well as any questions that you might have on that space. Ted, are we ready? Sorry, just 1 second. So she was taking two. She was taking the wide, right? And then now she's coming forward. Perfect. Thank you so much. Makofi kwao tafadhali. So much to digest, so much to digest, so little time. We're going to move on swiftly. One of the things that we'd wanted to do, should you have received the agenda, we're going to switch it a little bit. What we're going to do before unveiling the investees for the second cohort, we're going to go into a conversation. There have been a lot of questions and a lot of triggers, and we felt that it was really important to have this conversation before we unveil the winners. And so this is 7 chairs on stage, and I'm going to call up one by one the panelists for this session. The panelists for this session will be introduced by their moderator, and this is none other than Mr. Joseph Manirakiza, Funguo Program Manager. A hand of applause, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Kels. I think there have been a lot of suggestions that I'm going to reflect on later on, but for this particular session, we've heard quite a lot, and I think we could also hear from the investees themselves, the startup themselves, and we also want to hear from the audience as well, right? So this is going to be an engaging kind of discussion that we're going to go through. And I would like to welcome on stage, starting with Mr. Baraka Algaesha, who is represent the Ministry of Investment and Planning. Karibu sana. And I would also like to welcome Mr. Cedric Merrill from the European Union, Head of Cooperation. Karibu on stage. And these two are going to have a conversation with the startups themselves. So it's your moment to shine, guys. So we are going to have Ms. Zenam Sonde, co-founder and CEO of Hashtag. Karibu. Second on stage is going to be Mr. Prince Tilia, co-founder and CEO of FixChap. And third, we're going to have Ms. Nema Magimba, co-founder and head of legal Sheria Kiganjani. Next is Mr. Baraka Kassian, founder and CEO of SimplyTech. And last but one, we're going to have Ms. Naomi Mwasambili, co-founder and CEO of Livy Africa. Karibu sana. So in this conversation, we are going to talk about investing in innovation for a better future. And we have great innovators and startup founders on stage. It's their moment to sell themselves to the ministry, but also to the European Union. So it's up to you to talk about your businesses. But at the same time, we're also going to hear from the audience. So we're going to engage. But because we have a limited time, we are going to rely on technology to engage with you guys. So I'm going to be asking a few poll questions that I would like you to respond to. So I would request the tech team to put on top the main team so I can actually instruct you how to take part in do that. But while the tech team is doing that, let's start with, first of all, the introduction. So starting with the startups, of course, we are going to have Mr. Cedric and Baraka come next. But I would like to start to take maximum 2 minutes. So assume you are just in front of somebody who's going to give you $1 million. So if you blow it, it's really up to you. We have given you a chance. So starting with Livy Africa, just briefly introduce yourself and tell them about your business. You only have like 2 minutes, you know. Thank you. Karibu.
The pressure. So good morning, I'm Naomi Mwasambili, CEO and co-founder of Livy Africa. We are a research, manufacturing and agriculture inclusive business working on adding value to the cocoa value chain. So the question I always ask is, how many people have tried Tanzanian chocolate? Raise your hands. You have maybe today, maybe before. But globally, Tanzanian chocolate isn't actually already known. But we grow some of the cocoa here in Tanzania, in multiple regions, in Kyela in the south, in Morogoro, and also in Tanga. So our company wants to disrupt the cocoa value chain and put African chocolate at the forefront. So we manufacture and we create chocolate. We create cocoa nibs, cocoa powder, cocoa butter. We work with smallholder farmers and training them to produce better quality cocoa, but also we have the industry that can off-take cocoa, paying a higher price to farmers, and then manufacturing that into chocolate. We train young people and women in chocolate making. A year ago, there was no chocolate makers in Mbeya. Now we have 22 that we've recruited. Some of them we're looking forward to growing our Tanzanian cocoa and chocolate industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's powerful.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Hello? I'm Baraka. I'm a tax consultant by profession and the founder of SimplyTech Limited. So the problem we're solving, we've realized that so many businesses want to comply, they want to do what's right, but they don't know how to comply and pay the right taxes. We help small businesses comply with our tax laws, our financial systems, and we hope to reach a place where as a country, we have more taxpayers and more compliant businesses contributing to the economy. It will be very interesting for you to know that 70% of the taxes paid in Tanzania are paid by 30% of the businesses. It's a very huge gap, and we hope that we can eventually close that gap by making compliance easier to create an independent nation of entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Arnema Magimba. I'm one of the co-founders and the head of legal for Sheria Kiganjani, Swahili for Law on Your Palm. It's a social enterprise that's working towards bridging the justice gap in Tanzania by providing easily accessible but also affordable legal services through mobile phones. Through our platform, we enable users to talk and chat with lawyers 24/7. Users are able to get templates of different legal documents, such as contracts, through their mobile phones. Users get connected to lawyers who are closest to where they are. And recently, with the assistance of the Funguo program, we've been able to launch our new feature, which is the business formalization feature, allowing businesses that are informal to be able to formalize their businesses through our platform. Through our years of operation, we've been able to reach over 2 million Tanzanians, aging closer to our goal of bridging the justice gap for 5 million Tanzanians by 2030. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Prince Tilia. I'm the co-founder and managing director of FixChap. FixChap is a digital marketplace for home services. Initially, we started giving home services like repair and maintenance, like air conditioning maintenance, electrical maintenance, and plumbing. So how we work with these technicians is the independent contractor. More like how you request for hailing services, ride-hailing services. The same way you have a issue at your home, you just request from our mobile application. So down the road, we use the data to now build on the trust and convenience to build on other home products. And just 2 months ago in September, we launched our first product called an eco filter, which is a natural filter that filters water from any source, making it safe and clean for drinking in homes. Why did we launch this product? Because first we have the trust and safety element and convenience from our customers, and we saw a need for this kind of product from the services we're rendering. So I welcome you to hear more about our company, and welcome to use our services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Zenam Sonde. I'm a co-founder and CEO of #Tanzania Limited. #Tanzania Limited is a tech company poised to transform transportation sector in Tanzania through unparalleled technological innovation. With our keen understanding of the challenges faced by the sector, we have dedicated our career to develop a cutting-edge solution that bridges the gap between traditional transportation method and ensuring we cut the edge of the transport within the ecosystem. With our system, we have developed a solution called My Safari. My Safari is an electronic ticketing application that enable passenger, bus operators, and government stakeholders to purchase, manage, and seamlessly verifying tickets. Through our application, we have shuttled 1.7 million passengers across the country. We have facilitated the transaction of 72 billion worth of transaction. For 1 year of our business, we have reached a massive success of the transaction as mentioned. Total industry turnover for the industry, for the business is 1.2 trillion annually. As you can see, there's a massive growth of the project. I'd like to welcome you to download our application on the Google Play Store. It's called My Safari. My Safari, we say it in Swahili, mchongo kiganjani. So you just get your mobile app and download the application, then you book your ticket through the app. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And before we go to that, I would like to the tech people to put the welcome slides on that so you can have the audience also participate in this discussion. Right, now, if you are closer to the screen, you can just scan that QR code. or you can just go to menti.com and enter that code 28072550. You get access to our poll questions. We can be able to participate, all of us, into the discussion. So go to www.menti.com or mentimeter.com and then enter that code. You can simply scan the QR code if you are much closer. Right, so I hope you've heard from the startups, which is quite great. And I wanted to turn to maybe starting with Baraka, all right? You've heard from them, right? So what's your perspective, given the kind of discussion we're having right now, investing in innovation for a better future? Do you think there is a room for Tanzania? We know that the government is doing quite a lot, so you can just take a minute to kind of reflect on what you've heard and where you think they fail.
Thank you so much. I think for startup, particularly for innovators, we must understand and agree all of that they are part of the new idea, a new product, new solution to our community. You understand our policy for the 2020 to 2025, we are eager to generate 80 million jobs. Mm-hmm. So once we see the good numbers of startup like this, they have the space in our policy, in our institutions, and they contribute to government deliverable. That's why we invest much time nowadays to look into our legal and regulatory framework, working with partners to ensure we create a space for them to survive and excel. Survive and excel, not just a grand entrepreneur, but those who are capable to increase their portfolio and cater the needs where the government cannot do. So they have a full space and full support from our government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barak. I think you've heard of him. Maybe just to repeat what his position is in the government, he's the acting director of Business Environment Unit, which means if you are having trouble with TRA, this is the guy to look at. He's about to solve all our challenge right now. So thank you, Baraka. No pressure.
Yeah.
Right. Now let's go to Cedric. You've heard from the startups themselves, so we know that EU is doing quite a lot. I mean, Funguo is one of the examples. Reflecting on their businesses and the topic that we are discussing right now, investing in innovation for a better future. So you can take 1 minute and then you can profit. Karibu.
Thank you very much. I would like first maybe to recognize and appreciate the pitches that we have heard just now. This is always to the point and very encouraging. Of course, as the EU, we are not the direct investors in your business, but we follow it very closely, and with the help of UNDP and other partners which are closer to you, we are happy to see that the investment the EU is making in a fund like Funguo is really bringing results. It is of course probably frustrating for a number of partners, considering that out of so many who request access to funding, just a few of you are selected, but I think it's about keeping on trying and improving the model. So congratulations again. Maybe just in a nutshell to say that we have calculated with my colleagues that the EU in Tanzania is investing 1 trillion Tanzanian shillings into the private sector at different stages, from incubation to acceleration to loans or equity funds, from seed funding to all kind of all the segments of the value chain, like the colleague was saying when referring to lions and hyenas. So we support the lions and the hyenas in the whole process. So should you be a very small company or a robust company, we are happy to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cedric. Maybe just to kickstart this kind of conversation, I wanted to hear from the audience. Bonnie, if you can go to the next slide. The first question that I had for the audience is, and here you don't have to be a startup, by the way. Anyone can be able to respond to this question. In your opinion, what would you say is the most critical challenge faced by startups in Tanzania? what would you say is the most critical challenge faced by startups in Tanzania? So do you think it's access to funding, lack of skilled talent, regulatory hurdles, limited market access, or inadequate business support services? So you can basically select up to 3 critical challenges that you think are actually facing startups. So we are going to monitor the results live as we continue, but let's continue with our conversation right now. So let me go back to startups. No, I will come to you later first. Let's hear from the audience because it might actually go back to the same question I've asked, so don't cheat. All right. So, Baraka, you touched on some of the reform that the government is actually doing to make business environment much easier for startups and also everyone who's doing business. And if you could just probably take a few minutes to go through like some of those critical initiatives. They might be from your office, but also from other agencies as well, so people can know. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manelakiza. Actually, the part of the business environment, that's a portfolio I lead, and we're working with different departments, stakeholders, including private sectors and startup. So what the government is doing, particularly for startup, we have worked on crowdfunding guideline, so our CMA. We are working on legal framework for fintech with our central banks. And also we are working on streamlining procedures for compliance during registration for startups. And I must admit we need to run a super speed in some of the areas that startup need special attention, particularly the small one and micro that are cost of compliance to navigate and to exist in the business or to proceed with the innovations. We are eager to see critical, serious changes in the near future. So far, those are the important initiatives we are doing. But also, we are working with strategic partners. As you know, I think the Funguo, it's true, the Funguo is part of the Begin program. That's a partnered with government of Tanzania to ensure we have such streams to support the startup, of which also is a part of the success. We are talking crowdfundings, and also it's moving in other areas to improve, particularly for business environment. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Baraka. I'm glad you are the one who said that you need to move with speed. So I should have been saying it from this side, but now given the government of Chile, we need to increase speed. That's really great. Thank you very much. And maybe back to Cedric before we can go to back to startups. Apart from Funguo, I know that quite a number of other initiatives, for the benefit of the audience. Apart from Funguo, what other funding opportunity does the EU offer to support startups and SMEs that are currently going on?
Thank you very much. So as I said, we are talking of 1 trillion shillings investment, so it goes really in all directions. Let me maybe just take a few examples. Pesatech, an accelerator, 10,000 euro per action, which means that we go from the very initial stages of financing to support to sector-specific or thematic-specific actions. Sector-specific, for example, the Cook Fund in the energy sector. This is something we did with UNCDF last week. We were actually awarding checks to a number of grantees, companies with innovative ideas for sustainable cooking solutions, or maybe agriculture sector, where we support also a number of companies that will be enabled to grow in their business in the agricultural sector, a bit more solid companies that Pesatech. When I say thematic actors, for example, support specifically to women with a number of actions, grants, direct grants to women-led businesses, but also credit lines for those, loans for those who are, for those companies which are stronger, more solid, able to absorb higher amounts. So, as I said before, really all stages can be addressed. Only a few will benefit, unfortunately. Not everyone will access those funds, but at least we make sure that we respond to the demands of the market.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cedric. That's really informative. Now, let's go back to the audience. I'm looking at the live results right now on the first question. What would you say the most critical challenge faced by startups in Tanzania? And so far, we have 3 critical ones. Everyone is saying access to funding. I'm sure those are startups, right? And this is followed by regulatory hurdles. I think that's why we have Baraka here. And the rest one is inadequate business support services, which kind of reflect what the first side chat was actually chatting on. Previously, I used to argue, maybe not argue, debate with Salum. He always said that, access to funding is not a problem. Maybe we can have Salum react on that kind of result that are coming from those. If there's anyone who can pass the mic to Salum. I'm just putting you on the spot because you tell us there is now more money than we need, actually. Yeah. Any mic around? Yeah, Salum is here. The usher is looking for you, Salum. People do not know you clearly.
So let me make myself clear. So what I usually say is, I think I always put access to funding, as I said earlier during the panel discussion, into 2 aspects, the supply side and the demand side. And if you look at the supply side in terms of how much money is in the market, chasing for opportunities in the demand, there's actually more money than the activities or the opportunities in the market that will match up with the amount of money which is in the market. That's what I always say. And one simple example is, for Tanzania in particular, if there's $5 billion worth of venture capital money across Africa, and there's less than 3% of that money coming into Tanzania, for me, it's not the problem of money. It's the problem of how many companies do we have that can attract more money out of the 5 billion so we can increase from 3 to 10% as a market. So that's what I always say. I don't know about the experience with Martin when it comes to angel investing. So our idea when we started the network, there was no problem with people with money in Tanzania. But where do they put their money into? So people with money invest in traditional stuff. They buy land, they buy properties, they invest in bonds, they invest in stocks. They don't invest in startups as an asset class. So it's not the question of money, it's the question of where is that money allocated and optimized to address the access funding to startups, just to mention a few.
Thank you very much, Sam. I had to put you on the spot because, that's a very interesting discussion we always have. So clearly, money is there, but probably there's no money for startups, or maybe startups are not there to be able to absorb that money. So there is work that needs to be done. So I will get back to the audience. We stay in that question. Let me ask now startups. So we have put those results up. I'm sure we're going to mention some of them, but I wanted to hear more. In your journey as you started a startup, what kind of challenge did you face? And probably the most important thing is for some of the upcoming startup here would want to hear how you actually overcame them. What did you do to be able to overcome those challenges? Right? Maybe you can start with Livy.
Okay. I'd say we've gone through all of the challenges listed above. But one big one, we're based in Mbeya, and we work in manufacturing. And to grind chocolate, the machines need to be on for 24 hours. And so we need electricity, 24 hours. Because if the electricity cuts out, the chocolate goes solid, and you have to melt it again. So one of our big challenges, especially when we launched the chocolate like a year and a half ago, we were at Nani, and we had to keep going back to make chocolate. And remember, the electric kept cutting. And there was nothing we could do. So we went and bought a generator. So when we talk about finance, it's like, what do you spend the money on when you need money? It actually costs more money to use a generator. And then you start to balance, and it's not as profitable, if you're using a generator to grind for 24 hours. So one of the challenges for us was to work out the timing of when electric would be there and wouldn't be there in Mbeya. So we'd know the production days and what. Now it's got better, but we had to work around that. And also water as well. During the dry season, the water becomes scarce, and so you have less oil, and we have to keep washing, especially, we're TBS now, so we have to keep having certain standards, so you need clean water. So some of the basics that maybe aren't always thought about for us in Mbeya, and even we wanted to start in Kiala. The reason we started in Mbeya was because the infrastructure was there more than Kiala. Kiala, the electricity cuts so much we wouldn't be able to manufacture the chocolate at the moment. So I think for us it was working, how do we balance, some of those basic infrastructure needs, but maintain our location, because it's really critical that we create jobs in that location, rather than thinking, okay, let's just do it in Dar, So that was one of the challenges that we had to balance.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Maybe we can hear from one of the startups who would like to share, like what kind of challenge did you face, so that we can know how you went around that, right?
So just to add on that, one of the challenges we faced was gaining trust from government. So for those who don't know, one of our products allows businesses to report their sales in real time to the government authority, being TRA, which is a compliance requirement. It is the law. Mm-hmm. But the issue with that is tax is a very sensitive topic. So for us to be able to have that integration directly with TRA, we had to prove to them that we are ready and we're capable to disrupt and make it easier for small business to comply with their laws, knowing for a fact that it will reduce penalties and maybe some part of some collections. So it's a chicken egg situation. What comes first? Do you prove your ability, or do they give you a chance to prove their ability? And I think as a startup trying to disrupt a place and pioneering an area where people are not very comfortable in, that was a challenge. Luckily, I see the government is going through a digital transformation spearheaded by our president. So that made conversations much easier, and being able to access those rooms where we had decision makers and where we're able to prove that. It is still a challenge because, as many of you know, many of you who use systems know that there are things which can be made much easier, but being the relatively young founders that we are and breaking those barriers and building that trust, it is taking time. It's still a challenge, but we are in the right direction.
Yeah. Thank you very much. He's also Baraka. So he can open doors for you since you share a name, right?
His door is always open for Simplified Tech. Maybe in case Baraka, I don't know him physically, but we have met online in our works daily.
Oh, great.
So I understand the innovation Simplify, and it's part of the reform to digitization. And to be comfortable for the younger generation, they must understand that this is additional information. The capital expenditure we are doing in a broadband and internet distribution around the countries, we don't have any reason to welcome any innovation that is helping us to deliver.
Yep.
So everywhere you go, the Simplified Tech is one. In the health industry, they are competing to join. So it's all about hard working, commitment, and everything will be on the silver plate. We have our ICT commissioner working hard to transform the industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we have everyone we need in the room, right? So maybe coming back to Cedric, you've heard, especially looking at the live results right now, we know that EU is working with the government in terms of contributing to making the business environment much better, because I believe that's what we need to do to be able to go forward. So if you can share some perspective on that, of course reflecting on what they have just said, but also what the results are actually showing. Apart from access to finance that we're trying to solve, but regulatory hurdles comes next. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I think, like Salum was saying, the money is there in a way, and the issue of capacity building is central to it. But there is indeed a third aspect to look at, which is the business environment to make it more conducive. In particular, the legal and regulatory aspects to it, maybe a good example of what we have been working on with the government is the regulatory sandbox which Bank of Tanzania has put in place, allowing the startups to test and to refine their model within a safe space, I would say. This is something that is very encouraging. A number of policies and guidelines are also being developed. We work very closely and hand in hand with the Capital Market and Securities Authority. I acknowledge also the presence of the Managing Director here. And so these few elements are, of course, it's led with a lot of dynamism by the government and the different agencies, but we are very happy to partner in that because we have this ability to work both with the government and with the private sector, and sometimes it's good also that we lobby together with the private sector to convince the government on some reforms.
Yeah, thank you very much. Nowadays they are easily convinced, I guess.
In a friendly way.
Yeah. No problem. I think we have the likes of Baraka and government. I wish we could have more of them, right? So we can easily convince them. Yeah. Maybe going to the next question, if Bonnie could help me up there. Based on what Cedric has just shared, my next question is going to be, how can, go to the next one. Next one. Yeah, great. So how can the EU, in your own opinion, based on what they're doing, but what we also think they should do, how can the EU contribute to fostering a more supporting environment for innovation startups in Tanzania? So the options are increase funding for innovation startups, facilitating knowledge exchange, support advocacy for policy reforms, promote access to international market, or contribute towards building technical entrepreneurial skills. So you can select one of what you think is actually key that they should be contributing on. Some of the areas they are already working on, so maybe just matter like where should we increase, right? So let's proceed with the conversation. Now I'm going back to startups, startup founders. Sorry? Yes. So let me go back to startup founders. Now you've heard from the audience. You also heard from the partners at EU. You've heard from the government. If you were to tell them, like, we want to grow, but these are kind of support or resources that are more beneficial for us to be able to thrive, whether it's for government or but also from the joint partners, what would that be? And maybe we can start with Zena. For hashtag to be able to thrive, what kind of support or resources do you think you need the most?
Okay, thank you. On my side, I'll speak about the skilled developers, the people who are well compressed and have knowledge on the tech side. In Tanzania, we have seen most of our people, they have not exposed to technology, and where the world is going right now, we need to have more competent and skilled people who they can deliver with a minimum amount of time, but also not to be that expensive. From my side, I'm working with developers who are building our application, but unfortunately they're more expensive. The ones who are available in Tanzania, it's hard to get them because they already have a contract with a bigger company who they pay them a very good package. So it's very hard for them to work with a startup. And so with the EU and the government, maybe if they find a collaboration together to have increased the number of the volunteers coming from the EU university on the STEM programs, that will be pretty good and helping us to foster and improve our talent here in Tanzania. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We can hear from Fixed Chap.
Thank you. To my opinion, I really think most solutions to our problems are already noted and are known, but the biggest problem is the distribution of these solutions. So I think the EU as a partner can really help on the distribution part. How? Through advocacy and partnership with on a ministry level or on a policy level, on partnering with proven poverty and social impact solutions. For example, Mr. Arioba shared about Dawa Mkononi. I was really fascinated with the startup and I know about it. Now, how are the partners seeing that startup and integrating it into maybe the medical store department and try to reduce the number of expired drugs every year that we see on the news? So I think these solutions are there and they can be supported by intervention like Funguo, but the distribution is the most important thing. Like even if you're supporting the ministry, how do you help them? How do you show them? How do you ensure that these startups and solutions are evenly distributed to create a much bigger impact? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so you're saying that EU probably should leverage their more convening power to support that kind of wider access, right?
Yes, apart from just advising on policy change, but also you can advise on structural and model change. Like why don't you, we have the concept of PPP, why don't you work with, for example, Dawa Mkononi and reduce these expired drugs so that we can finance you to get more drugs?
Yeah, so
something like that.
I think Martin's listening. Probably Dawa Mkononi should be the next provider for MSD, right? We're giving you ideas. Not paid for. Oh, okay, all right. You can take credit, it's fine. Yeah, let's go to Nema.
Well,
same question.
All right, so for me, can you hear me? Am I audible? Yes,
Yep.
So for me, I'll continue to emphasize on the support for advocacy and policy reforms. The regulatory framework really, there's a lot of work that really needs to be done in order to support and enhance the startup ecosystem. It's one of the pain points that we faced at Sheria Kiganjani when we were starting out, but clearly it's a pain point for so many other startup companies. And unfortunately, access to funding is also linked to the regulatory framework, because if I'm an investor and you're a business that's not formalized, there is no way I'm going to invest or put my money inside your business. So I think the regulatory framework really needs to be, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm happy to see the advancements in the regulatory sandboxes for the fintech companies, but just to emphasize, it's not just the fintech companies that are in need of this ease of doing business, also the non-fintech companies need that as well. So looking into that is also going to assist startups to thrive in Tanzania.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is anyone who would want to add something that hasn't been said? Yes, Naomi?
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to add about trade. We're a food production organisation, and the EU have some of the strictest laws for selling to the EU, especially chocolate. I mean, Tanzania didn't actually have chocolate standards. We had to take them from outside of Tanzania. But I think for us, we want to sell, we want to trade. We've got good quality produce. We've got good quality value-added produce. And so, you know, prioritising value-added agricultural produce and looking at the access to the markets in the EU and how that can be supported and how, you know, as Tanzanian, as African food entrepreneurs, we can access those markets. That would be incredibly helpful.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, Baraka.
Just a very brief one on this same topic. So in the space we operate, we do know the EU supports the government in terms of developing solutions for government. And just to add what my colleague here added, I think if it can come with some additional, not conditions, but rather ideas where these, for example, if we're developing a new tax collection system, there should be ways for to allow private sector, small startups to connect to APIs. So such of those things, if ingrained in projects which EU supports, it will go hand in hand with also giving us founders an ability to say, look, this is already there, we can plug in our solutions as well and scale and reach the distribution the government has for a project funded by EU. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So basically leveraging some of the initiatives that are funded by EU to open access to startups or to developers.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay, great. I think that's somehow in the works. Maybe we would like it to be done faster. I mean, looking at this discussion about regulatory sandbox and all that, probably it's coming. So probably just a matter of like taking them more needed. Yeah, thank you very much. So I was looking at these results, not so many, but of course, kind of expected innovative funding for innovation program was, going to be the first. But forget about that. I think also the second one touches on what I think that what Zenal just shared, facilitate knowledge exchange and networking opportunities, which I think is quite key for startups to be able to have access to skills. The one that comes next is contributing towards building technical and entrepreneurial skills, which is what I think kind of contribute to the same thing that we're kind of saying. Maybe, I don't know, cares whether there is anyone in the audience who would like to contribute to some of these questions. Are you welcome? You can, whoever would want to say something, Karibu, before we continue that discussion. Right. Mkiwa bado mnajitafuta, you can still continue. Now, let me move to the next poll question. We've been talking about how can we create an enabling environment for startups and all that. We know that there have been discussions going on within the ecosystem. So I just want, this is more like, your own gut feeling. How important do you think a regulatory framework or policy specific to startups and early stage business would be for the growth of startups in Tanzania? I just want to see how you think. Is it extremely important? Is it very important? Somehow important? Or someone thinks it's not important? Feel free. Let me say who says it's not important. No, it's open kind of discussion. Right. Oh, that's very fast. So let's proceed. So back to Baraka. And we're going to have a conversation on this one, by the way. You are already working with the EU in so many initiatives, and EU is supporting quite a number of programs in Tanzania. How can collaboration between the government, international partners like EU, and the private sector play a crucial role in catalyzing innovation and success in Tanzania? If we were going to kind of reflect on that, like leveraging on the kind of partnership we have, how do you think that could contribute to the, startups thriving in Tanzania? Karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manilakiza. I think having been in this industry for a good number of years, I'm seeing progressive stages. But the most important, I want to argue for, we welcome any action-oriented research, problem that already identified, not rather than the experience we are getting at the government is that someone is saying over-regulatory, too many processes, many licenses. This is not enough for me as a policymaker, as I've been arguing that say, I want this. As a business person, he's in the field, he must be able to tell us, we want this. This is for private sector. I come again for the private sector associations, private sector organizations. It's very important to do their research, their policy advocates with evidence rather than individual or a firm perspective. It should be a collective perspective. That's the kind of partnership in research we are doing. Number three, for development partner, I use them to work with this private sector organization along the areas of regulatory to support them to do research in terms of expertise, in terms of analysis, methodologies that are capable to do things. In terms of improving dialogues, our dialogue should be aimed to create opportunity, not to create problems. Because, as I say, personally, I don't believe saying we have a problem, saying that we have so many regulations. I believe telling me this is a problem. This is a regulation we don't like, it is affecting us in our financial modeling. I will cite a good example. In the mining, we are doing a good jobs. For example, we had some legislation that If I want to procure maybe a simple part, I have to seek for no objection. That it may take 2 months, 3 months, but they were capable to highlight. This is a legislation which is having a problem. It is affecting. Our plant can stop for 7 weeks waiting for no objective. Those are the evidence that could be help us to improve our business environment. I do agree, it's our responsibility, but we are not doing it for ourselves. We're doing for our private sector, including startup. That's why we want them also to give us the right feedback with evidence to help us make the decision that inclusive, sustainable, and also cater the interest of the consumers, particularly citizens of this country and out of this country. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Baraka. I think that's very priceless advice to startups, but also players within the ecosystem, that let's not just complain. Let's tell them, like, okay, this is something which is not working, and this is how it's proposed that it actually gets solved. And I think that's actually being done. Probably, maybe we should start highlighting what the kind of efforts are being done. He also touches on the importance of being part of some of the private sector associations. I think for startups that are coming up, being part of the Tanzania Startup Association would probably help to be able to advance that, not as an individual, but as an association. I know there are fintech associations that are also around. So I think being able to provide that kind of analysis and also social-oriented kind of feedback is very important. Maybe Cedric, on the same question that Baraka has just addressed, how can collaboration between government and international partners like you contribute to the catalyzing innovation ecosystem in Tanzania? You might have touched on some of the things. Maybe if there's a point that you might have missed, maybe just to kind of mention it.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I would come back maybe a bit to the previous poll. This is something that is, of course, it's addressed to the EU, but it was actually addressed to all of us, to the British High Commission, to the government, of course.
Yeah.
So this is something we look at together, of course. So we discussed the issue of the regulatory framework, the startup policy, this kind of the regulatory sandbox. These are elements that, of course, we will work on very closely. We will keep on working, and we see from the last poll that this is something that is looked at, rightly so, I think, as of tremendous importance. Maybe just to come back to the issue of access to finance, that is really seen as very important by the startups and the private sector, the small private sector, really as their top priority. And then you have actors, in particular the investors, who say, but the money is there. So there is a bit of a gap maybe in understanding. So there is the issue, of course, of capacity to respond, to attract. And I think there was a comment that was made in the previous panel about identify your right investor, which I find very interesting, because we think that because I'm looking for money, I'm not entitled to ask for anything, while actually it's not true. You also look at an investor that fits you, and I think the government and the partners like us can also help in this regard. Something which we have not really discussed is this idea of maybe having a single window where the startups, regardless the sector they're working, regardless the size of the company or the age of the company, could go through in order to access different sources of funding. Should it be loan, should it be equity, should it be angel funds? Because eventually I think one of the obstacles for that particular gap of access to finance is the fact that it is not, there is no visibility for the startups and the small business today there is a workshop, tomorrow there is another one, but there is no connection between these workshops. We don't know what is public finance, what is private finance, what comes from the donor community, and eventually it is not readable. So maybe this is something we should work on together with the government, of course, at making it more readable for the private sector.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good challenge. Now, let's look at this result. I mean, the reason why we propose this question, I think there's quite a debate at some corners, but mostly in government. When the discussion around startup policy started coming, the government would tell you the default answer would be, but we are working on the SME policy, so startups can be part of that, you know. So it's been kind of involving debate whether there is a need to have a specific regulation that looks at startups. So I think the response is almost overwhelming. Everyone, I mean, people are saying extremely important that we need to have, you know, that kind of policy for startups. Maybe I will throw the challenge to Baraka. What do you think about these results? And we can hear from someone from the audience.
It's always good to listen to the citizens, what they want. So,
democracy, right?
Thank you so much. It's taken very serious, and those whom I have worked with, you understand my position on startup policy. So, but it's also good to be consultative. The government is not an individual opinion, but technically, if you go scan globally, and even some of the countries, they are not even talking about policy. They talk about the action plan, do's and don'ts for the next 5 years, what shall be done, or the startup, how the definition of the startup should be this in the next 5 years in some of the selected sectors. So I believe we may not discuss the policy, we may discuss some of the things in the action, and we put them in our legal framework to define the startups. Yeah. I know the challenge here we are facing over recent with startup here. I understand it's very hard to distinguish from the normal business, company operations. I understand because their legal requirement is subjected to the normal requirements. So those are the things you see, these results are connected that we don't have a particular privilege to operate. But right now we are creating space for them. And as I said, change is not individual person. It's not Manirakiza. It's a process that need to be agreed. And if you're talking about particularly in some of the action that might be involved in the legal framework, it will need to check in our tax administration system. And as you know, our tax administration, it's not only Tanzania, it's part of the Africa, it's part of even of the Europe and the US. That's a very complicated law, and they need a specific approach and analysis. Otherwise, if you touch some elements, you may end up, you see here the appetite of paying taxes is very low in the country. That's why you see our tax base has been lenient for quite some time. So it's very important to work on this area, and it's very important for our private sector, our startup, and key player, angel fundings and whatever, to be giving us right input to work on this. I take it very serious, and we are committed to deliver into this particular area. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Baraka. And my understanding is actually the discussion has started within the government is also involved. So at least then the next question is going to be around like what specific provision would you like to see in the startup policy when it gets enacted? I just chose when because I'm trying to be hopeful, not if, right? So you can go to the next question and then you can continue the discussion while we are still on that. Maybe I would like to get reflection from people on the stage on the same issue, I mean the previous question about whether we need actually a specific regulatory kind of framework for startups. Who would like what to chip in that? Nema.
Yes. I think it's very, very important for us to have a specific regulatory framework for startups. Comparing startups and MSMEs is very terrible. I think we need to have a specific definition of what we as Tanzanians refer to as startups, which I know for a fact that it will not be the same as what we define as MSMEs. As I said before, Sheria Kiganjani, we faced the same regulatory issue or hurdles when we were trying to register. We're the first legal tech platform in Tanzania, but we were either required to register as a local law firm or as a for-profit company. There was nothing in between. And we know that the type of registrations attract similarly the post-compliances for these registrations. So I think having a policy that's specific to startups that can accommodate all these different innovations that are coming up, because one of the characteristics of startups is the different types of businesses that come from these innovations, which our regulatory framework right now does not accommodate. So if we have a specific framework, it will encourage innovation and encourage the coming up of these businesses, which end of the day will be a very big advantage to the growth of innovation and technology in Tanzania. So it's very, very important to have a specific regulatory framework for startups.
Thank you very much. Prince, you want to chip in? Yes.
Yes, thank you. My opinion is the speed at which you work on something shows your level of commitment. The government, when it has to make changes in every annual budget, it takes a bill to the parliament and changes, be it in the tax rate, be it in anything. Why don't we see the same change and pace in small pieces of what startups are asking about as we build the startup policy? Because as we talk now, investors are coming in and there are specific things in the regulations that do not sit well with them. So the longer we're waiting, we are missing out on these opportunities. Why don't we show more commitment by showing more speed and actually having sort of like a temporary solution as we work on this big picture policy? That's my opinion.
Thank you very much. That's very important. So what you're saying that while we are working on the longer term solution, we should be able to accommodate some of the short term kind of measures to be able to make it work, right?
Yes. For example, a lot of startups, including myself, have had the issue with the capital gain tax. You already have an investor who is ready to invest, but their problem is capital gain tax. Why don't we work on that and create like a requirement? Maybe if you're a company below this revenue or below this year's, maybe we can somehow accommodate that and let other things flow as we build a whole startup policy.
Thank you very much. I think in this case I might have to put on spot Amni. Amni, I know that there has been a conversation about some of these capital gains tax that are affecting, like, investment coming into startups. I don't know if you heard what Prince said, that while we are pursuing the long-term solution of having startup policy, is it possible for the government to accommodate some of the, short-term solutions, like such as like, flexing some of the capital gains rules, for instance? Would you want to say something about that? A mic, please. Ashas, if you, there's no way I've got a mic. All right, I think we can borrow from here. Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. Every year there is an opportunity because actually the government of Tanzania has been really good at doing this in the last few years, which is to ask people to come forward with comments and things that they would like to see in the budget. So this is definitely an opportunity for startups maybe to get together, because I think you're much stronger in numbers, and voice the concerns and present them to the government whilst we're waiting for this, big startup policy. But actually, as you were talking, we were discussing with my colleague Salomon, the startup landscape in Tanzania. So I feel like the Tanzania Startup Association is very much focused more on tech companies, but this is not really a true reflection of the startup landscape in Tanzania. So we were actually just wondering what this startup, because I think it's being spearheaded by TSA, what this startup policy is really going to look like. Is it going to be really inclusive? So, as entrepreneurs, I think you know this very well. Sometimes you just need to go out there and get what you want instead of waiting for the, government to open the door and tell you, we are going to give you this, or for an association to say, we are going to, do this for you. I think that just get organized and speak to the government in terms of the changes that you want to see. And I think the good thing is that the government has an ear now. The last few years we've been seeing that they're very open and very receptive to at least having those conversations.
Thank you very much, Annie. I think there is Martin wanted to contribute, and then I'm going to come back to Salome.
So just to follow up on what he said, in my opinion, first, I don't believe startup policy is a silver bullet to solve these things. So I know there's so much focus on startup policy as if it's going to unlock all the problems. That's wrong, and I think it builds up to what Naima said. Definition of startup in this country, it's tech startup, SME business. So that by itself is where the problem begins with this whole policy discussion. But going back to what he said, I think if you have to pick one law changed today, I would rather focus on the FCC, the Fair Competition Commission thing, because they charge so much money for that investor to come in, and that discourages a lot of investors. The capital gains, yes, it's a problem. One, it's going to come down the road when they exit. Second, you can always register yourself in Delaware and become a Delaware company. The downside of that, Mr. Baraka there in the country cannot no longer claim you as a Tanzanian startup. But it's our loss, and we can fight it in another way. But for you as a startup, you're better off to fight FCC rule.
I think let's give it to Salome so we can be able to proceed with the conversation. Salome?
Yeah, can you go back to that slide?
The next one.
Yeah, the next one, I guess. Yeah. Perfect. So just two things quickly, because you're talking about the low-hanging fruits that we can do. And first of all, I just want to add on what Martin was saying. Actually, now, if someone wants to invest in Tanzania company, and the two parties that are coming together, the total combined market value or turnover is in excess of $1.5 million, so you have to file with FCC, what we call major notification. And if 75% of all investments which were done in Africa last year were $1 million plus, that tells you that every single VC investment coming to Tanzania has to go through FCC. So there are two challenges. One is the cost, what Martin was saying. The other thing was time. You can tell me what we have seen between Simba and Trigger Cement, the time that has taken for that to happen. So that's one of the areas where you can knock it off and increase the threshold. So what Kenya has done is they have 10 times the threshold. For VC investors in Kenya to go through KCC, the investment minimum has to be $10 million, and ours is 1.5. So that's one of the things we can do quickly. Secondly, on the last part, the relaxation of banks and pension regulations to allow them to lend and to invest in startups. So the idea is, I'm not sure if this was well captured, the idea is pension funds now invest by using what they call some investment guidelines, which are overseen by central bank, unless there's been a change of recent. And if you look at those, pension funds are instructed to where to invest their money. There's actually an asset allocation. 40%, for instance, into government securities, X percentage into real estate and whatever. 5% of all the pension is supposed to be invested in what they call unlisted equities. So unlisted equities simply means private investment. So you can invest into startups through that threshold of 5%. The only challenge is the same regulations say pension funds are restricted from investing in venture capital asset class. So you don't want NSSF to invest in fixed chap. What we are saying is, if Martin is building up a fund locally, a VC fund, he should be able to raise the money from NSSF and for him to invest in a fixed chap. That's what we're saying. And it's easy for you to do that because the regulations already allow for that to happen. And there's a lot, that's where my argument for there's a lot of money. Because if you take NSSF alone, total assets in NSSF is 6 trillion plus. So if you take only 1% of that and invest in local fund, that invest in local startups to build on what Funguo is doing, I think for me it's a low-hanging fruit and we can address a lot of the issues around access to finance.
The question is, why is it not happening?
Yeah, good question. Maybe we should discuss.
Thank you. I think that's a discussion for next time. So, I mean, we're already kind of deliberating on this particular poll question. We all, I mean, the majority agrees that, you know, we need a special regulatory framework for startups. That's the majority from the audience. Of course, Martin said it's not going to be a silver bullet. I totally agree, definitely. It's not just a policy, it's also the implementation of the policy. And if and when we actually get that, whether we're going to call it Startup Act, Startup Policy, or something else, I wanted people just to rate on a scale of 1-5. Some of the provisions that they feel like would be very important, where they agree with this, like strongly agree, strongly disagree. So 1 actually reflects on what has been going on in the discussion, simplified registration and regulatory process for startups, because we all agree it's very costly and time consuming, and startups don't have the luxury of that. Access to funding and investment opportunity for early stage business. I think this is touching on so many things, whether it's from pension fund, whether from government having a specific fund or something like that, which is actually the next, especially in support for innovation hubs and better across that. Tax incentives for startups and investors in startups. That's something that we've talked about, which actually scores 4.2. And establishment of specific government fund to invest in startups. I'm actually surprised this ranks only 3.2. And the last one is what Salum has just addressed, because there has been that conversation about allowing pension funds to invest in startups rather than just piling the funds into less productive real estate businesses. So is there anyone who would like to contribute to this particular point before I go back to the stage? Anyone? Yes, Kels. I hope you're not coming in to tell me that my time is up.
I am not. This is a different hat, different hat.
Okay.
So one of the things that I think as a startup entrepreneur myself, one of the things that I think is really important to address, and I'm actually not understanding that I'm treading on a very thin line, so I'm going to go carefully. I think being diplomatically correct is a problem that we have in TZ. We have a lot of issues. We've been speaking in a lot of languages for very many years. I have been a startup founder for a few years now, and unfortunately, the same problems that I went through when I was starting out is the same problems that a startup founder who comes in today will be going through. There's some, basically the problems, what they do is they mature, right? And there's evolution there. So they're not within the same form, but one way or the other, the theme is the same, right? And we speak about it over and over again, and we understand people are listening, but I feel that people are listening to hear, but not to understand, internalize, empathize, and do something about it. Wajasiriamali wa Tanzania, I'm going to come back in English back because I feel like in Swahili just makes a lot more sense. Wajasiriamali wa Tanzania, kwa namna moja au nyingine tunaishia kuangalia wajasiriamali wenzetu ambao wako Kenya na nchi nyingine, tukitamani maisha yao, tukitamani kuwa kama wao, tukitamani usikivu ambao wao wanakutana nao. Kwa sababu kwa namna moja au nyingine tunajua kwamba kuna usikivu, lakini bado kuna ile hisia kuwa kama yatima. Kwa namna moja au nyingine kwamba kuna watu wanasikiliza lakini hawasikilizi kwa kuelewa na kutaka kufanyia kazi kile ambacho wanakisikia. And so what I'm saying is, for those who don't understand, is for most of entrepreneurs, we find ourselves looking into Kenya, looking into Rwanda and other countries and really desiring the environment that they face. Because we do understand that people are listening, but we do not feel that there's enough empathy and there's there's enough action upon what is people are listening to. And hence, as we are approaching this whole conversation of the policies that need to change and the things that need to be, I think Salome said it needs to be a conversation on another side, and perhaps this is not the platform. But my request really is, when we engage in those spaces, we stop being diplomatically correct and truly engage to make change. Because when we create spaces where we engage, but as a startup, you still have to follow protocol and shake in your boots because I'm afraid I'm going to say something off, right? Or I'm going to, one way or the other, say something that one way or the other is going to cancel me. Then we're not being truthful and honest. And one way or the other, we're not necessarily going to be where we need to be. We understood several, in I think it was June, we had the promise that the Startup Act would be finalized and introduced in 3 months. It's post 3 months. Where do we go to ask for questions on where it is currently? For example, things like that, right? And so as we're addressing this conversation, it's just a request from startups to say, okay, we understand things have been heard. We understand that things have been done. But one way or the other, we feel that we cannot take the many steps forward that we want to take because we are being held back. Thank you.
Thanks, Kels. Now, that's almost kind of bring us towards concluding our discussion. It's a very lovely discussion, but I totally also understand that it's an ongoing discussion. We cannot be able to address everything in one sitting. But I'm liking what's coming out, definitely. I believe we're on the right track. Maybe what's needed is to be able to move a bit faster, as Baraka has put it rightly. From both ends, really, and I think there was a call that we also need to support the government by telling them exactly what's needed, but also what the suggested way forward, because we cannot just sit here and expect that they know everything that's affecting the startups. Now, having said that, I'm going to give 30 seconds for everyone who is on the stage to just say, the final word that they would like to put forward. Karibuni, starting from that end.
Hello. Oh, hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think simple. I'm from Livy, Africa. Our chocolate's my Babu chocolate. That's just a plug for us. But just not forgetting about rural innovation. A lot of conversations, a lot of meetings, a lot of gatherings are always in Dar and Arusha. And, across Tanzania, the opportunities that we have, especially in agriculture, are in rural environments. And we need to be looking at how ecosystems, innovation, entrepreneurship, business, infrastructure are developed in those environments as well, especially for value addition, to be able to, I guess, contribute as fully as we can in the industries, especially in food production industries, that we can in Tanzania. We have so many fantastic raw ingredients. We have so many fantastic agricultural produce that are going to waste. At the moment it's mango season. I know this is not 30 seconds. Go down to Kiala, you will see mangoes all on the floor. We could have processing that into juice. We could make it into powder. We could be doing different things that could create so many different jobs, so many different industries. So when we're thinking about innovation, we have to also have a focus on our rural areas.
Thanks, Naomi. Next, Baraka.
My 30 seconds will go first to appreciate how we've reached so far without even mentioning AI, which is really cool, because I've heard enough of that hype right now, so that's interesting. Secondly, we all appreciate that this is a very important time in the journey as a country, Tanzania. We've shared so much data. There's a lot of progress that's been made, and I think we'll look back to realize the work being done and how it will change, how fast it's going to change where we're going to end as a nation. And I'm very excited to be part of this journey, and I look forward to keep growing as a founder in this time in Tanzania.
Thank you.
For me, I'm going to echo the words of my brother Prince, but also Kels, on the speed of how we're moving with these discussions. It's important to have them, and we've been having them, but what's the speed that we're moving with when it comes to implementation? Gone are the days where we say that innovation goes first and the laws and policies come behind, because that is derailing and it's killing our businesses. So let's move with speed. Equally, as we're discussing them, let's move with speed in implementation and making actual changes that will push Tanzania and put us on the map.
Thank you.
So my final remarks first to the government will be to look for the low-hanging fruits and to act with speed and intention. Secondly, to the partners like EU to also support the true intentions to create impact. Not only support, but there should be true intentions to create impact. Thirdly, to ourselves as conscious citizens, let's check on how we are always checking on our footprint and how we consume things and how we make sure we leave very low impact on the environment by the things we consume and the products we support, including the ones you see here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Zena?
Thank you. Myself, first I'd like to say thank you to Funguo, that's number one, and also EU and UNDP. Also for the government of Tanzania, I've seen the representative from the Ministry of Tehama is here. I believe there's a lot of things we can improve in the tech side, from the giving access to young innovators in Tanzania to access the government systems. Say, like, for example, in my side, in the system that we currently operating with the government, there's information we need to tap in so that we can have a clean data for also them to have a proper policy, but unfortunately we cannot access them because of the, I don't know, we have to pay in order to get it. So I'm happy I have someone here today. I'm going to share my issues, and I'm sure with this forum some issues can be resolved. Also, I'd like to extend my gratitude to other fellow investees who are here. You're all amazing. Your innovation can change the world. I'm looking forward for a better Tanzania, and also to empower more generation who they are looking towards us as their role models. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's go to Cedric.
Thank you. I would like also to finish on a positive note, recognizing first that the future is bright for innovation and
Now, lastly, Baraka.
I think this is the part we need innovation in energy.
Definitely, we do.
Yeah, it's not Cedric's fault. It's your innovation faults. So I think what my last take is that our office are very open for you. And I've read the last speaker from the audience that maybe we are too soft, but I want to tell you, for you as a key player for startup, you're warmly welcomed, and we promise our maximum cooperation. And I have read some of the things that have been discussed we can take into action. And as I said earlier, I don't believe in the policy. Policy is just a statement. You need to do something that can be solving really a problem you're having. So I take this time to welcome you, and I'm a strategic partner, and our office will work with you to ensure you achieve your objective, whatever you want to do in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And with that, that comes to the end of our discussion. Asanteni sana for your keen attention and participation. And back to you, Kels. Oh, the picture, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. Let's all get up on our feet for a photo. So I'm going to ask one of the ladies to come on this side as well, so we can maintain some balance. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panel. A round of applause. Hello, 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 hello. A round of applause, like a round of applause. VP. This was a heavy conversation, and we managed to get through an hour without necessarily having, anybody pull their hair out. But it was an important conversation, and I guess there are a lot of things that have been triggered. But all in all, there's work to be done, and the work belongs to us all. So let's push forward together. All right. And so we're going to use that future is bright trigger to go into some bright news, right? We're going to move directly into the unveiling of the second cohort of the Funguo Investees. Yes, are we excited? Money, 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 money. Sing it with me, You're like, if I sing inside, sing it within, in spirit. Mm-hmm. And the investors are watching, like, oh, she's money, he's money focused. No. I know you're not that person. You're not that person. So I'll sing for you. Do we have the song ready in the back? Like I said, it's a celebration, so let's get that ready as well. Celebrate good times, come on. Jamani, mnapitia shida nyingi. Lazima mkifika muda wa kucelebrate, mna celebrate kweli. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and with that, I am going to call back to the stage the program manager for Funguo program to take us through a little briefing on what Funguo has done towards getting to this space, as well as introduce the winners of this second cohort. And as you're doing that, perhaps just give a few a few guidelines for everybody who's going to come to the stage. When Joseph does call you to the stage, I am going to ask you to come up. You're going to come up onto that side of the stage, so that's on my left. You're going to come up, you're going to receive whatever you're going to receive, right? Shake whatever hand you're going to shake, and you're going to come back down onto this side. One by one, all the winners, and then after that, we're going to do a group activity together. Is that okay? And as you're coming to the stage, I'm going to ask you to take your moment, yes, but do not lag. So come in and off, and let's have it happen as swiftly as possible. Karibu sana, Joseph.
Right, thank you very much. And this is the moment that you've been waiting for, right? Yes. Perfect. So I will just take 1 minute. I think one of the issues that was raised before is, we get a lot of applicants, but at the end of the day, we end up, awarding few, which is true, because what Funguo does is basically competitive, which means you have to apply, you have to meet certain criteria, and then you have to get into that narrow needle kind of, window. So for this particular window, we got about 830 registered applicant into the system because we actually track in real time. But those who managed to submit the application with 356 ultimately. So those are the ones that went through the review and all that. So it goes through different stages of review until you get to the final winners who get selected by independent investment committee. So what we are going, of course, we don't have to go through like the lessons we've learned through the process because that was also mentioned by our resident representative in his opening remarks. We have also heard from Mbwaiki when he was going through the first round of what we've given. So what we are going to do is to be able, first of all, to recognize those who have gone through this narrow channel to get to this end. And what we say, basically, Funguo is more than just catalytic funding. We work with you, we support you until you can be able to raise that additional funding, because that's the aim. That's what you get assessed on. And also want to use this as a platform to be able to share other opportunities to other people who also want to get part of this. So for this, I'm going to request some of the dignitaries on high table to come in front. Do they stand here or up? Up. So I will start with Dr. Nkundwe. I will request you to come on the stage. Then with Mr. Cedric on stage, up. Next is Madam Ambassador. Yeah. Baraka, I will request you to come back here. Waimi and Ewan from British High Commission, Karibu. I would request representative from COSTECH, Engineer Faraj. And lastly, Mr. Mkama, if you can come on stage, please. So what we are going to do is the first stage is for all those who have gone through this process, who have reached this level, to come and, be seen by these dignitaries here. So you come, as Kel said, you come from that side, shake hands with everyone, and then come this side, and then the rest, Kel is going to, proceed to that. So this list is not in terms of order of importance. All of you are very important. So we're going to start with Healthy Seaweed Company Limited. Where's Healthy Seaweed Company Limited? So this is a company that has been started by marine scientists, which is trying to create value into the seaweed value chain, but at the same time also empowering the many women who are within the seaweed value chain. Karibu sana, thank you, ongera sana. And the next one is #Tanzania Limited. Trying to revolutionize the public transport in Tanzania with one of their products being My Safari. I think you have interacted with it earlier on. And the next on the list is Simply Tech Limited. Having managed to penetrate here and work with them to be able to make it easier to comply with the tax in Tanzania for small businesses. And the next on the list is Kilimo Mandeleo, trying to digitize the agriculture business sector. The next one, Settler Technologies. Trying to use tech to make it easy for small businesses and startups to run their businesses, but also be able to be credit worthy. Wakulima Agri-Food Company Limited. all the way from Bukoba, trying to use the raw material we have to be able to fortify food, to make it more nutrient for our kids. And the next is FHT Group Company Limited. FHT, all the way from Mwanza, trying to make it easy for all young girls in the rural area to have access to reusable, eco-friendly sanitary pads. Next is Kwanza Ventures. Fortifying milk to cow products which are more nutrient for the young children, but also at the same time giving access to the farmers within the rural area, all the way from Mwanza.
I'm going to ask all the entrepreneurs who have come down to just move a little bit to the side, please. So we're...
The next is Kisesa Recyclers. Transforming waste paper and boxes into usable egg trays, trying to also replace the huge importation of the egg trays, and empowering poultry farmers across the country, all the way from Mwanza. The next is Glow Africana. Trying to revolutionize the value chain within the coconut business, creating a multitude of products from the coconut. I think you have seen them up there with their cocoa chips. The next is Rumo Energy. Trying to revolutionize the renewable energy by making sure that the rural areas have access to more affordable but also sustainable access to energy. And then Livy Africa, Mababu Chocolate. Revolutionize the cocoa industry in Tanzania. I think we are going to have at least the first ever Tanzania-made chocolates. Not that we are fighting import, we still want those from Switzerland, but these ones are much better. Africa Harvest. Leveraging on the waste from coconut value chain to make fertilizers, but also empower the horticulture industry in Tanzania. Arena Recycling. Transforming plastic waste into building material. And at the same time, safeguarding our environment. Waga Technologies. Started with the recycling laptop batteries into power pack. I hope you've seen his Waga battery pack up there. Pema Agri. We want to revolutionize the pig farming business by introducing technology into it, but also making it much easier for the pig farmers to be able to become more lucrative. And last but not least, Twende Technologies. trying to leverage technology to change the ride-hailing value proposition that works for the local Tanzanian context. And those are the 17 startups that have gone through this process and that we are ready to celebrate today. So, back to you, Kels.
Thank you very much,
Take us through the
Joseph.
process.
A hand of applause once again to all the 17 investees. That is the second cohort of Funguo investees. I'm going to ask all the investees to come back on the stage, all the dreamers, entrepreneurs, and visionaries. Karibuni sana. Walk. The same way you wrote the application with so much vigor. Walk to the stage the same way. All right? DJ, give us that song. It's a celebration. Yes, we cannot be silent. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I am going to ask all our dignitaries. Please. All right, hold on. Please do take your seat. Except for Wayne, I'm going to ask you to just stay right here with me. So we're going to move. All right, so basically you're going to receive the check. All right, receive the check. Ambassador, please, you can hold the check. Just for a photo. Let's hold the check. Let's celebrate. All right. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you so much, Aram. Thank you so much, Ambassador. That's the record. Take that dignitaries to come back with Joseph as well for a photo together. We're going to move back. Just come back right here. We'll squeeze in just on this side, on either side of the stage, please. Just down here. Yes, on either side of the stage. All right. So we'll have half of you. DG, yes, we want to see the money, money, money. Yes, there we go. There we go. DJ, tupe kamziki kapicha. Kamziki kapicha. There we go. So everybody, please look at the camera right in the middle. The camera right in the middle. Yes. Right in the middle, all time. Colgate Smart, 1, 2, 3. All right, we're going to say Funguo. 1, 2, 3, Funguo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're also trying to create content, so it has to be lively. All right? We also, yes, all right? So everybody, get ready. 1, 2, 3. That was practice. That was terrible, but we'll get there. We need to get to university. We're at primary school right now. 1, 2, 3, Funguo! 1, 2, 3, Funguo! 1, 2, 3! Woo! Well done! Thank you very much, everybody. You can take your seats. That is the second cohort of the Funguo program. Santeni sana, Santeni sana.
Let's all celebrate and have
wonderful.
Celebration.
Congratulations, congratulations to all the investees. Hongereni sana, all the investees. Another round of applause to the effort, to the sleepless nights, to the wondering if you will make it or not, to all the people who are waiting for you in your workspaces, thanking God that their salaries are going to go through, to your parents who are now thinking, oh, at least they're not wasting their lives. We know, these are the stories, so a hand of applause to all that. Right? And the fact that you've gone through, for many entrepreneurs, it's a validation that you have been seen, you are seen. We see you and appreciate you, right? And we're going to move on swiftly, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a keynote address from Mr. Baraka Ali Gaeshi. We have heard from him in the panel, but he's going to come and address us right now. He's the Director of Business Environment Unit at the President's Office, Planning and Investment. Karibu sana, makofi kwake tafadhali.
Is it afternoon? Okay. Your Excellency Ambassador Christina Glang, Head of the European Union Delegation to Tanzania and East Africa, Head of Government Agents present here, representative from Development Agents, Head of Corporate Entity, Startup, Founder and fellow disruptors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. This is a message on behalf of the President's Office, Planning and Investment. It's absolute pleasure to hear the unveiling the second cohort of startup under the Funguo innovation programs, a remarkable initiative of the UNDP, European Union, and the government of Tanzania. We are appreciating and to European Union for their support in making this program reality. Otherwise, it has not been easy. Back here, 5 years back, the part of the team of the AU, the UNDP, and the government said the benchmark you are seeing our young generation, young ladies and boys enjoying today. Once again, we extend our heartfelt and appreciation to the European Union Ambassador to Tanzania, Madam Christine Grau, for gracing us with her presence. Madam Ambassador, the government know you have been here for only a short time, 3 months. We want to say karibu sana. Karibu sana, jisikie uko nyumbani. We look forward for fruitful cooperation as we continue to strengthen our partnership with European Union and strategic partner to support of our government and other development partner. Today, we gather under the banner of investing in innovation for a better future, a theme that resonates deeply with the direction of the Tanzania is taking in its development strategically. The theme is aligned with our 1-year plan and 5-year plan and with our vision. We understand the importance of innovation to support our country to deliver to our citizens, to support to our country to work and to be integrated with other parts of the world. It's a powerful engine driving the progress, prosperity, and positive change. And you, dear entrepreneur and startup founder, are at the forefront of this movement. The government is ready, is led, and will continue to work with you to ensure you achieve your objectives into your company at individual level and at the country level. We all understand the 17 companies mentioned here, the 17 startups mentioned here, and the last year 26 that bring 47 startups that have been benefited from this Funguo program. Those good in number, you really realize the contribution they are going to do and they have done to our country, particularly in generating employment for the youth. In our plan, we intend for the 5 years, and now we have only 2 years to generate 80 million, but we are confident through this 46 company estimated direct job, 3,000 will be obtained to our younger generation. Again, the Office of the President, Planning and Investment, we want to assure you the government is committed to create an enabling environment for business to thrive. We understand that a vibrant startup ecosystem is crucial for economic growth. That's why we have implemented various initiatives to improve the business environment in Tanzania. And yet, we pledge to continue to work with you to make sure you operate in a conducive, competitive environment, and you can go out of this country also compete. Under the leadership of Her Excellent President, Dr. Samia Suluhu, we are streamlining the regulatory process, reducing bureaucracy, implementing policies that encourage entrepreneurship. Our goal is to make it easier for startups like yours to navigate the business landscape and flourish. And some of the initiatives, we must admit, we are working with European Union under the Program for Business Environment Growth and Innovation Startup, of which also Begin is a part of the component that we are celebrating today. Additionally, we understand the cry of our private sector, particularly in law and regulation, but also we are working on infrastructure, hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. We are investing in education to improve skills of our people to ensure they are productive to your companies. We will work with any partner who are willing to join us, and we will continue to work with you. To our corporate bank and fellow development partner in the audience, the government urge you to join hands with us. The success of this startup is a shared responsibility, and for involvement in crucial propelling them toward sustainable growth. In concluding, let us celebrate not just funding startup, but fostering of a culture for innovation that will define the future. Funguo is such a great initiative that should be supported further in order to reach thousands of early-stage business startups across the country. I hope we count on your continued support and Madam Ambassador to innovative initiatives like this one. And for startup, the government promise to work with you and to ensure you deliver your objective for Tanzania and Africa and other parts of the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali Gaeshi. Next, we're going to get to hear from our guest of honor, the Ambassador Christine Grau, head of a delegation for the European Union to the United Republic of Tanzania. Karibu sana, makofi kwake tafadhali. Our guest of honor, the Ambassador Christine Grau.
Hello. So First of all, I would like to address my greetings to the Acting Director of the Business Environment Unit in the Ministry of Planning and Investment, Minister Baraka Ali Gesha, but also to the Director General of the Tanzanian ICT Commission, Dr. Nkunde Mwasaga. Also, I have understood that Mr. Nicodemus Mukama is here, who is the Managing Director of the Capital Market Security Authorities. Yes, there you are. Hello, nice to meet you. Also, I would like to extend my greetings to the engineer Faraj, who is representing the Tanzanian Commission for Science and Technology. Dear colleagues from the diplomatic missions here, and then, of course, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and above all, dear investees. It's your event, and I have to say congratulations really to the organizers here. You have prepared a wonderful event here today, and I think you have really put at the forefront the achievement of the investees today. Thank you so much for this great event that you have organized. As the acting director has rightly said, I have been here now nearly 3 months, and I have this morning learned a lot already. It was really amazing discussions that you had here, and I have also learned a lot going through the stands here when I came. There's some products, I'm just mentioning now the sanitary pads, reusable, incredible. I don't think I have seen that in Europe before. And also some other elements. It's the second time I meet Vaga. They have also been a part of an environmental event lately. Also, the coconuts remains fantastic, really. I'm very, very impressed. And I wish I could take everything home with me, but this is how it is. I'm looking forward to following you during the years ahead with me. You managed to put your ideas into business, and this is fantastic. You have all been really dedicated to ensure that your business will survive the first hurdles and is ready to prospect and accelerate. But I would also like really to emphasize that all investees that have been nominated today, you have all done a fantastic job. I'm very happy, as it was indicated, that on behalf of the European Union, through the support to the Funguo project, we have the opportunity to support you all on your way to success. You, the youth, you are the most important asset Tanzania has when it comes to economic development and the transformation of the economy. And today you have proven us, in the last weeks as well, of course, and to Tanzania, that you have stepped up to that role with your innovation, contributing to the growth of Tanzania. Innovation is a necessary ingredient for prosperity. Those nations which excel in innovation will develop faster and even leapfrog in development, which means that any development strategy should build and enhance innovation capacities to foster growth. And looking at these bright minds here in the room, I know that your journey was not easy. We are very much aware of that, and we heard it several times on the podium today. You must have faced various different challenges, from the access to finance and investment, also to marketing, to make the products ready, the sales, and then, of course, a lot of questions about legal and regulatory challenges. But the most important is you have persisted, and this is my really heartfelt congratulations on that. I would like to assure you that we, the European Union, we are very much aware of the challenges which come with a vibrant sector, but we also see that there are immense opportunities emerging from innovations and startups in Tanzania. We have, in line with our global gateway strategy, expanded various direct financing opportunities for the private sector. Our latest programs all include components to enhance the catalytic role of the private sector, of the youth for the prosperity and the transformation of Tanzania's economy. Now, I'm just giving you some short examples. I know I'm standing between you and the well-deserved lunch, so I will try to keep it short. So a few examples what we're doing recently. So IT, of course, is a key enabler for innovation, and we are currently supporting the government with establishing a regulatory sandbox framework. This is, of course, important, as you know, to enable startups to test and improve their business ideas in a safe and in a supervised environment. The regulatory sandbox is expected to reduce the time and the cost of complying with regulators for innovators. Then we have also our Digital for Tanzania program that we launched some weeks ago, and it's supporting the implementation of the digital economic framework and the national ICT policy, which of course is crucial for all of you, and we saw some projects today from this sector. Then together with UNCDF, we have also, in order to foster additional venues and investment for startup, we will soon launch a local angel investor academy. We have heard talk about this several times today. This academy will equip local angel investors with the knowledge and skills to make informed investment decisions and spur further interest in developing local financing options for Tanzanian startups. And specifically for fintechs in Tanzania, we will be launching soon a call to apply for the second cohort of PesaTech, an investment readiness accelerator. For the regulatory environment, we're already supporting the government to review the efficiency and enhanced effectiveness of administrative processes to allow the private sector to strive and prosper, providing employment and revenue to the nation. You can see from the above, you're not alone. And of course, the government of Tanzania is very much preparing the grounds for this, but also the donors, and I'm not the only one represented here. We have, of course, our friends and colleagues from the British, for example, High Commission here. We are there to support you in all these many different areas and to improve in Tanzania the conditions for Tanzania to excel and achieve the desired growth. Let me close by again congratulating you wholeheartedly for your immense efforts to bring something new and unique to Tanzania and even beyond. You are the stars of the future. And now bear with me, you know my short time here. Hongerine sana kwa kazi kubwa, mnyanufanya na navatakia kila lakeri. Asanteni sana.
That is a way to say with swagger. Thank you so much, Ambassador. You are the stars of the future, praise God. Yes. And next we're going to hear from Mr. Davidson, who is a Sustainable Prosperity Team Leader at the British High Commission. Karibu sana.
Great, thank you. I'll be very short, like the ambassador said. Almost lunchtime, and I'm hungry myself. So let me just recognize a few people. First of all, Baraka Aligesha, good to see you, head of the Business Environment Unit, DG of the Tanzania ICT Commission, Ambassador Christina Grau, Director from the Capital Market and Securities Authority, Development Partners, businesses, Mabiba na Mabwana, protocol observed. Habari za mchana, thank you, mchana. That's it, sorry, I stopped there. Yeah, it's really inspiring to be here today. Delighted to meet all the businesses, to hear a bit of your story, to hear about what you're doing. You know, on behalf of the UK, I'd like to also recognize the steps the government of Tanzania is taking for the progress being made for startups, for the business environment, and to say that, you know, we're with you on that journey. You know, SMEs are such an important part of the Tanzanian economy. They provide the majority of jobs, and they're the source of many of the innovative ideas that are going to drive change and improvement in the private and public sector. And the UK is keen to partner with that and to foster innovation in Tanzania through unlocking finance and supporting the ecosystem for SMEs. And we look forward to continuing this journey, and it's really useful to be at events like today and hear the concerns that businesses are talking about, some of those areas we're working on, you know, FCC or with the TRA on tax issues. That's stuff that we're looking to partner with the government on. So it's really helpful to hear some of that feedback, to hear some of the challenges, and we're here along with you. So my job is to give a very quick vote of thanks, and given it's the last item, as I say, before lunch, I'm just going to take one more minute. So firstly, I think, you know, to thank the EU and the UNDP for the great work on this project, encourage other donors to join as well. It's really great work. to congratulate the Funguo team for bringing all of us together today with such energy. I like the IT as well, very innovative, and the amazing work that you do. You know, your impact is really valued and it's really appreciated. Lastly, and most importantly of all, I think as the ambassador said, I'd like to thank all the successful Funguo investees. You know, I'm an economist by background, and all economists would agree that the importance of innovation and technological advancement in the development of Tanzania or any country is really key. However, it's one thing to talk about it, to read about it, and to stand here like I do, and another to actually step out and take the risk to do something innovative, something different. So I want to say thank you to all the successful investees for your creativity, for your drive, for your bravery. You know, congratulations for being chosen and for being trusted. So I think there was something like 830 applications around there, and then you got to the top 17. So that's really amazing. You should feel really proud of what you've done. So keep going, and you know, I look forward to coming back next year and hearing from your success stories in the years to come. Asanteni sana na kila la kheri. Thank you.
Mabibi na mabwana. Sorry, that was just playing in my head. But Mabibi na mabwana, we have come to the end of our unveiling event today. Thank you so much, Mr. Davidson. Thank you so much, Ambassador Grau. Thank you so much, Mr. Baraka, as well as everybody who was here, who was able to share, partner with us in ensuring that this activity was not just informational, inspiring, but it was also a collaboration and a collective effort in celebrating all the things that have been done to get us here. So give yourselves a round of applause. Yes, and as we head off to lunch, I'm going to call on the DJ to give us some festive music to have us head out. Please do remember to take few photos, keep tagging them online, share anything that stood out to you on your social media platforms, and also tag Funguo Tanzania, Funguo program that's on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, now X, so X, TikTok, as well as on YouTube. And remember that it was live on YouTube, so if you would like to share with anybody that was not here some information from a panel, something perhaps that the guest of honor said, and you want to share, basically you want to reference back, do remember that you can find that video on the Funguo page on, well, the Funguo page on YouTube. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Khalil Mboy. I was your host for today. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening, wonderful afternoon. Keep innovating, keep investing, and may it all bear fruit. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
It's the kids, baby. Leo, acha tu niwaweke wazi, mbaki na mishangao kuswa ya mapenzi, nataka kuyaeleza. Na leo tena waiteni paparazi, warushe kwa mitandao, siataki mapenzi, nataka jipongeza. Naimwita yo baby, umenaye na baby, ule mbona kipenzi, nimshenza kupendi.
Hello. Lunch is available on the ground floor, so you're going to go all the way to the ground floor. You will get out of the elevator to your left. You will walk on to where the reception is and keep moving to your left. So the left outside the elevator, and you will take the left that's next to the entrance. That's where lunch is, so do head downstairs for lunch.